Tonight, I prepared 4 hours of life-changing philosophy to fall asleep to. Preparing this video was quite a journey. Before you fall asleep, please share where you're listening from and what time it is there. There's something quietly magical about knowing that somewhere across the world, another mind is drifting into these same reflections. Another heart is settling into the same gentle rhythm of thought. Whether you're under a blanket of stars or the soft glow of a bedside lamp, whether it's late at night or the quiet hours of early morning, this moment is yours to unwind and to simply let go. Now, relax your mind and body as we explore these philosophical ideas together. Let your breath slow, let your muscles soften, and let your thoughts settle like leaves floating down a calm river. There's no need to grasp at these words or force understanding. Just allow them to wash over you like waves lapping at the shore, each one carrying its own quiet wisdom. Philosophy, at its core, is the art of wondering. It's the gentle questioning of life's mysteries, the slow unraveling of thoughts that have lingered in human minds for centuries. Tonight, we'll wander through ideas that have shaped the way we see ourselves and the world, ideas about meaning, about time, about the nature of existence itself. But we won't rush. There's no urgency here, no pressure to solve or conclude. Instead, we'll meander, letting each thought unfold at its own pace, like a flower opening in the morning sun. Perhaps you've wondered, as so many have, about the fleeting nature of time. How strange it is that moments slip through our fingers even as we try to hold them. Or maybe you've pondered the vastness of the universe, how small we seem in comparison, yet how deeply our lives matter in their own quiet way. These are the kinds of thoughts we'll explore, not to find definitive answers, but to sit with the questions, to let them soften the edges of your mind as sleep draws nearer. There's a certain comfort in knowing that these questions have been asked before, that great minds and humble hearts alike have gazed at the same stars and felt the same awe. The Stoics taught us about acceptance, the Buddhists about presence, the existentialists about creating meaning in a seemingly indifferent world. Their words are like lanterns in the dark, not to banish the night, but to help us see that the darkness, too, has its own kind of beauty. As you listen, let your thoughts drift where they will. If your mind wanders to memories or dreams, let it. If you find yourself lingering on a particular idea, stay there as long as you like. There's no wrong way to journey through these reflections. The only thing that matters is that you feel at ease, that your body grows heavier, your breath deeper, your mind quieter. May these contemplations bring you tranquility and peaceful sleep. And as you drift off, remember that philosophy isn't just about grand theories. It's about the small, everyday moments of wonder, the quiet realizations that come when we least expect them. It's about the way a single thought can change how we see the world, or how a moment of stillness can feel like an eternity. So wherever you are, whatever hour it is for you, know that this is a space of rest, of gentle curiosity, of deep and abiding calm. Let the words carry you, like a boat on a slow-moving river, toward the shores of sleep. And when you wake, may you carry with you a sense of peace, a lingering trace of these thoughts, like the faint scent of lavender on a pillow. Now let's begin. Close your eyes if you'd like, or leave them. The history of philosophy is like a vast, quiet river flowing gently through time, carrying the thoughts and wisdom of countless minds who have sought to understand the mysteries of existence. As you settle into the soft embrace of this moment, let us drift back to where it all began, to the cradle of human thought, where the first whispers of philosophy emerged like the first light of dawn. Long ago, in the warm lands of ancient Greece, beneath olive trees and open skies, thinkers began to ask questions that would echo through the ages. They wondered about the nature of reality, the meaning of life, and the principles that govern the universe. Among them was Thales of Miletus, often called the first philosopher, who gazed at the stars and proposed that water was the fundamental substance of all things. It was a simple idea, yet profound in its suggestion that beneath the chaos of the world, there might be an underlying order, a unity waiting to be discovered. From these early musings, philosophy grew like a quiet garden, tended by curious minds. Pythagoras, who saw numbers as the hidden language of the cosmos, taught that harmony and proportion were the essence of beauty and truth. His followers lived in contemplative communities, seeking wisdom not just in thought, but in the rhythm of daily life. Then came Heraclitus, the philosopher of change, who whispered that no one steps into the same river twice, for the waters are ever flowing, and so too is life itself. His words remind us that everything is in motion, that stillness is but an illusion, and that we must learn to embrace the gentle flux of existence. As the centuries unfolded, philosophy deepened, branching into new paths like a river dividing into tranquil streams. Socrates, the humble seeker of truth, wandered the streets of Athens, engaging in quiet conversations that revealed the limits of human knowledge. He taught not with lectures, but with questions, guiding others to uncover their own understanding. His pupil, Plato, wove these dialogues into timeless myths and allegories, painting visions of ideal forms and the immortal soul. And then there was Aristotle, the great systematizer, who sought to categorize the world, to name its parts, and understand its workings, laying the foundations for science and logic. But philosophy was not confined to Greece. Far to the east, in the serene landscapes of ancient India and China, sages and scholars were also contemplating the nature of reality and the path to inner peace. The Buddha sat beneath the Bodhi tree, discovering the middle way, a life free from extremes, where suffering could be transcended through mindfulness and compassion. Lao Tzu, the sage of the Tao, spoke of the way of nature, of yielding like water, of finding strength in softness. His words, like a gentle breeze, remind us that the greatest wisdom often lies in simplicity, in letting go, in flowing with the currents of life. In the quiet corridors of medieval monasteries, philosophy took on a new form, blending with faith and devotion. Thinkers like Augustine and Thomas Aquinas sought to reconcile reason with revelation, to find harmony between the mind and the heart. They wrote of love and grace, of the soul's journey toward the divine. Their words like candles in the darkness, guiding seekers toward inner light. Then came the Renaissance, a rebirth of curiosity and wonder, when the human spirit awakened to new possibilities. Figures like Descartes, with his famous words, "I think, therefore I am," turned inward, finding certainty in the act of questioning itself. Spinoza, gazing at the infinite, saw God not as a distant ruler, but as the very fabric of existence, a presence woven into every leaf, every star, every breath. And so, as you rest here, wrapped in the quiet of the night, remember that these thoughts, these whispers of wisdom, are not distant or abstract. They are part of you, part of the great tapestry of human understanding. The questions they asked are the same ones that stir in your heart when you lie awake, wondering, dreaming. The answers they found, or the peace they discovered in not finding answers, can be yours as well, if you let them settle into your mind like soft rain on parched earth. Let these ideas drift over you now, not as demands or puzzles to solve, but as gentle companions on your journey toward sleep. The philosophers of old are here with you, their words like lullabies, their insights like the slow, steady rhythm of waves on a shore. Breathe deeply and let their wisdom carry you into the quiet, into the stillness, into the embrace of the night. As you settle deeper into this quiet space, let us wander further down the path of history, where the voices of thinkers from distant times still whisper their truths into the present. The philosophers of antiquity did not merely seek answers, they sought to understand the very nature of questioning itself. They recognized that wisdom often lies not in the destination, but in the journey, not in the certainty of conclusions, but in the gentle unfolding of thought. And so, as you drift toward sleep, let their contemplations become the backdrop of your own inner stillness. Consider the ancient Stoics, who taught that tranquility is found not by changing the world, but by changing our relationship to it. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher king, would write his meditations by candlelight, reminding himself, and now reminding you, that the universe is in constant flux. And yet, within that movement, there is an unshakable stillness at the core of existence. Imagine his words as a quiet river flowing through your mind. You have power over your mind, not outside events. There is a deep comfort in this idea, a reassurance that even in the midst of life's turbulence, you can return to this moment, this breath, this soft surrender to the night. The Stoics were not alone in their reverence for acceptance. Centuries later, the Taoist sages of China would speak of Wu Wei, the art of effortless action, of moving with the natural order of things rather than against it. Lao Tzu, the elusive sage of the Tao Te Ching, compared wisdom to water, soft, yielding, yet capable of wearing down the hardest stone over time. As you lie here, imagine your thoughts becoming like that water, gentle, unhurried, flowing, without resistance. The Taoists understood that struggle often arises from forcing, from clinging, from refusing to let go. But sleep, like wisdom, comes most easily when we release our grip and allow ourselves to be carried. Meanwhile, in the bustling markets of Athens, Socrates wandered, engaging in dialogues that would shape the course of Western thought. His famous admission, "I know that I know nothing," was not a confession of ignorance, but an invitation to humility, to curiosity, to the endless wonder of not knowing. There is something deeply restful in this acknowledgement, in the permission to release the need for certainty. Tonight, as your mind grows heavier with sleep, you too can embrace the quiet beauty of not having all the answers. The questions themselves can become like distant stars, shining, mysterious, and comforting in their vastness. And then there were the mystics, the Sufi poets like Rumi, who saw love as the fundamental force of the universe, or the Christian contemplatives like Meister Eckhart, who spoke of the ground of the soul, a place beyond words where the divine and the human meet in silence. Their teachings remind us that beneath the surface of daily life, there is a deeper reality, a stillness that holds all things. Even in moments of restlessness or doubt, there is a hidden grace, a softening, a way in which the night itself can become a teacher. As these voices mingle in the quiet of your mind, you might begin to sense a thread connecting them, a shared recognition that peace is not something to be grasped, but something to be allowed. It is a reminder that the stillness you seek is already here, waiting beneath the surface of thought, like a deep, undisturbed pool. And so, as the weight of these reflections settles over you, let them blur at the edges, like ink dissolving in water. There is no need to hold onto them tightly. They are not lessons to be mastered, but whispers to be felt. The philosophers, the poets, the seekers of truth, they are all here with you now, not as distant figures from textbooks, but as companions in the quiet. Their words are not demands upon your waking mind, but offerings to your dreaming one. Breathe in and imagine their wisdom as a slow, golden light filling your chest. Breathe out and let it spread through your limbs, softening every muscle, every thought. The history of philosophy is not just a record of ideas. It is a chorus of voices reminding you that you are part of something vast, something timeless. And in this moment, as sleep draws nearer, you are free to release into that vastness, to let go into the embrace of the unknown. The night is patient. The stars have watched over countless dreamers before you, and they will watch over countless more. There is no hurry here, no need to reach any conclusion. Simply rest and let the quiet wisdom of the ages carry you deeper, further, into the gentle arms of sleep. The river of philosophical thought flows onward, carrying us toward new shores of understanding. Imagine, if you will, a quiet evening by the fire, where the flames flicker just enough to cast soft, dancing shadows on the walls. The air is still, the world outside hushed, and in this space, the great questions of existence begin to unfold, not with urgency, but with the slow, meandering grace of a river finding its way to the sea. This is where our journey begins, not with answers, but with the gentle invitation to wonder. Long ago, in the cradle of ancient Greece, a man named Socrates wandered the streets of Athens, asking questions that seemed simple, but carried the weight of the universe within them. He would murmur to anyone who would listen. He did not claim to know the answers, but he understood something profound, that wisdom begins with the admission of ignorance. There is a quiet humility in this, a softening of the mind's sharp edges. To say, "I do not know," is to open a door, to allow the night air to rush in, carrying with it the possibility of something new. And then there was Plato, his student, who wove philosophy into stories, into myths, into dreams. He spoke of a world beyond the one we see, a realm of perfect forms where justice, beauty, and truth existed in their purest essence. It is a comforting thought, is it not, that somewhere, beyond the chaos and imperfection of daily life, there is an order, a harmony, a stillness. Perhaps this is why his words have lingered for millennia, not because they provide certainty, but because they offer a glimpse of something eternal, something that soothes the restless heart. Aristotle, in turn, turned his gaze downward to the earth, to the tangible, to the things we can touch and see and measure. He taught that wisdom is found not just in the heavens, but in the careful observation of life itself, a leaf unfurling in spring, the way a bird builds its nest, the quiet rhythm of the tides. All of these, he said, are teachers. There is a deep peace in this, in knowing that the world around us is alive with meaning, if only we pause long enough to notice. As the centuries unfolded, philosophy branched like a great tree, its roots sinking deeper, its branches reaching wider. The Stoics, Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, Seneca whispered of acceptance, of finding serenity not by changing the world, but by changing how we see it. You have power over your mind, Marcus Aurelius wrote in the quiet hours before dawn. Not outside events, there is a tenderness in these words, a reminder that even in the midst of turmoil, there is a place within us that remains untouched, like a still pond beneath a stormy sky. Meanwhile, in the East, Lao Tzu spoke of the Tao, the way of nature, the flow of all things. The soft overcomes the hard, he murmured. His words drift like mist over a mountainside, reminding us that there is wisdom in yielding, in letting go, in moving with the current rather than against it. To resist is to struggle. To surrender is to find peace. And then there are the mystics, Rumi, Hafiz, Meister Eckhart, who spoke of love as the ultimate truth, as the force that binds the universe together. You are not a drop in the ocean, Rumi said. These are not ideas to be dissected, but truths to be felt, like the warmth of the sun on your skin or the embrace of someone you love. As you lie here now, let these voices blend together, like distant music drifting through an open window. There is no need to untangle them, to force them into order. They are not here to instruct, but to accompany you, to remind you that you are part of a conversation that has been unfolding for thousands of years. And so, as the night deepens and sleep draws nearer, let these thoughts dissolve like sugar in tea, sweetening the silence without demanding anything in return. The philosophers are not here to keep you awake with their questions, but to lull you into a deeper rest, where the boundaries between thinking and dreaming blur, and where wisdom comes not through effort, but through surrender. The stars above have witnessed countless nights like this one, where seekers and dreamers have closed their eyes and let go into the unknown. You are not alone in this. The same questions that have haunted humanity for ages are the very ones that now drift through your mind, not as burdens, but as gentle companions. So breathe, let go. The night is vast and it holds you. There's nothing more to do, nowhere else to be. Only this moment, this breath, this soft descent into sleep. The night wraps around you like a quiet embrace, and as you sink deeper into its stillness, let us wander further into the realm of thought, not to chase answers, but to simply drift alongside them, like leaves on a slow-moving river. Philosophy, at its core, is not about rigid truths or fixed conclusions. It is the art of wondering, of allowing the mind to unfold like the petals of a flower in moonlight, revealing layers of meaning that were always there, waiting to be noticed. Consider the nature of time. We often think of it as a relentless current, pulling us forward, always urging us to do more, to be more. But what if time is not a river, but an ocean? What if the past, present, and future are not separate, but interwoven like threads in a tapestry? When you close your eyes and remember a moment from long ago, that moment is alive again, here with you now. And when you dream, the future whispers to you in symbols and sensations, blurring the lines between what was, what is, and what will be. Time, then, is not something we lose or chase. It is something we inhabit, like the air we breathe. And what of the self? We spend so much of our lives constructing identities, building stories about who we are, what we believe, what we desire. But in the quiet of the night, when the world falls away, those stories soften. You are not just the roles you play, the titles you hold, or the thoughts that pass through your mind. You are also the silence between those thoughts, the awareness that observes without judgment, the presence that simply is. The self is not a fixed thing, but a flowing, changing essence, like a candle flame, constantly flickering, yet always whole. Let us turn now to the concept of impermanence. Everything in this world is in a state of flux. The seasons change, the tides rise and fall. Even the mountains slowly wear away over centuries. We resist this truth, clinging to what we love, fearing what we cannot control. But what if impermanence is not a threat, but a gift? What if the fleeting nature of life is what makes it so precious? A flower is beautiful precisely because it will not last forever. A moment of joy is sweeter because it cannot be held onto. In letting go, we learn to appreciate the transient beauty of existence, like watching the colors of the sunset melt into twilight. And then there is the mystery of connection. We often feel separate, alone in our minds, as if we are islands in a vast sea. But look deeper. The air you breathe has been exhaled by countless others before you. The words you speak were shaped by those who came before. Even the thoughts you think are part of a larger conversation, one that has been unfolding for millennia. You are not isolated. You are part of an intricate web of life, a single note in the symphony of the universe. When you rest tonight, you are not just sleeping for yourself. You are surrendering to the same rhythm that pulses through all things, the quiet hum of existence itself. As you drift closer to sleep, let these thoughts dissolve into the background like distant stars fading at dawn. There is no need to grasp them, no need to analyze. Simply let them be, like clouds passing across the sky of your mind. The deepest truths are not found in words, but in the spaces between them, in the quiet, in the stillness, in the gentle release of all effort. The night is here to hold you, just as it has held dreamers and thinkers for ages. You are part of something vast, something timeless. And as you surrender to sleep, remember, you are not falling into darkness, but into the arms of the infinite. Rest now. Let go. The universe is dreaming with you. Let us now turn our minds, with peaceful curiosity, toward another aspect of this philosophical journey. As you settle into the quiet embrace of the night, let us wander together through the gentle currents of classical philosophy, a realm where wisdom unfolds like the petals of a flower in slow motion. These ideas have cradled the minds of seekers for centuries, offering solace, insight, and a deeper understanding of what it means to be alive. There is no urgency here, no need to rush. Let the words wash over you like a soft tide, carrying you into a state of peaceful reflection. Imagine, for a moment, the ancient city of Athens, where the air hummed with questions about life, virtue, and the nature of reality. It was here that Socrates, a man who claimed to know nothing, became the cornerstone of Western thought. He wandered the streets, engaging in conversations that peeled back the layers of assumption, revealing the fragility of what we think we know. His method was simple yet profound, asking questions, not to lecture, but to awaken. He believed that wisdom begins with the recognition of our own ignorance, a humble admission that opens the door to true understanding. As you lie here, consider the beauty of not knowing, of releasing the need for answers, and simply resting in the mystery. Then there is Plato, Socrates' most famous student, who wove his teacher's ideas into grand visions of reality. He spoke of a world beyond the one we see, a realm of perfect forms, ideal versions of justice, beauty, and truth that our earthly experiences only dimly reflect. In his famous allegory of the cave, he described prisoners chained in darkness, mistaking shadows on the wall for reality. Only by turning toward the light could they glimpse the true nature of things. There is something deeply comforting in this image, a reminder that what we perceive is only a fragment of a greater whole. As your eyelids grow heavy, consider the possibility that sleep itself is a kind of turning, a gentle release from the shadows of daily life into a softer, more expansive awareness. Aristotle, Plato's student in turn, brought philosophy down to earth, finding wonder in the tangible world around us. He observed nature with a meticulous eye, seeing purpose in every leaf, every creature, every ripple in the water. For him, happiness was not a distant ideal, but a way of living, a cultivation of virtue, friendship, and contemplation. He taught that we are what we repeatedly do, that excellence is not an act, but a habit. As you breathe slowly in the darkness, consider the habits of your own life, the small choices that shape your days. There is no judgment here, only the gentle invitation to align yourself with what brings peace and meaning. Beyond the Greeks, the Stoics whispered their quiet wisdom into the tapestry of thought. Marcus Aurelius, the emperor who ruled with a philosopher's heart, wrote meditations not for the public, but for himself, reminders to accept what cannot be changed, to focus on what is within his control, and to meet each moment with equanimity. His words were a balm for the soul, a call to return to the present, where life truly unfolds. Epictetus, born a slave, taught that freedom lies not in external circumstances, but in our responses to them. And Seneca, the statesman, reflected on the brevity of life, urging us to live fully while we can, without clinging or fear. Their teachings are like a lullaby for the restless mind, a reassurance that even in uncertainty, there is a way to find stillness. In the East, the Buddha sat beneath the Bodhi tree, discovering the path to liberation through mindfulness and compassion. He saw that suffering arises from attachment, from the endless craving for things to be other than they are. His remedy was simple yet profound: to observe the mind without judgment, to let go, and to rest in the awareness that is always here, beneath the chatter of thoughts. As you sink deeper into your pillow, imagine each breath as a letting go, a release of the stories that keep you tethered to wakefulness. Lao Tzu, the ancient sage of Taoism, spoke of the way of nature, the effortless flow of water that carves canyons without force. He invited us to embrace softness over hardness, to yield like a reed in the wind, rather than resist like a rigid tree. There is wisdom in surrender, in trusting that the universe knows its own rhythm. As you drift toward sleep, feel yourself carried by this rhythm, no longer separate, but part of the great unfolding. These voices from the past are not distant echoes, but gentle companions, offering their insights as you journey into the night. Their words are not meant to be grasped tightly, but to be held lightly, like moonlight on water. There is no exam to pass, no lesson to master, only the invitation to rest in the knowing that you are part of something vast and timeless. The night deepens now, and the boundaries between thought and dream begin to blur. The philosopher's words dissolve into the hush of your breathing, the quiet pulse of your heart. You are not alone in this moment. You are held by the same questions that have cradled humanity for millennia, the same longing for meaning, the same surrender to the unknown. Sleep is not an end, but a return to the source, to the silence beneath all words. Let the weight of these thoughts fade now, like embers cooling in the dark. There is nothing more to do, nowhere else to be. The universe is dreaming with you, and all is well. The night deepens around you now, like an ancient river carrying you effortlessly toward rest. There is a wisdom in surrender, in allowing the current of existence to move through you without resistance. The Stoics understood this well, how much of life is not in our control, and yet how much peace can be found in accepting that truth. Imagine Marcus Aurelius, the emperor philosopher, writing by candlelight, reminding himself that each of us is but a small part of a vast and interconnected whole. You are a little soul carrying a corpse, he whispered to himself, not as a morbid thought, but as a gentle release of ego, a way to remember that we are more than our bodies, more than our fleeting worries. And just as the Stoics found solace in acceptance, the Epicureans discovered joy in simplicity. They did not chase after endless pleasures, but rather cultivated an appreciation for the quiet moments, the warmth of the sun on skin, the taste of ripe fruit, the comfort of friendship. Epicurus taught that the greatest happiness comes not from accumulation, but from the absence of want. As you lie here, breathing slowly, you might consider how many of your desires are like distant stars, beautiful to behold, but unnecessary to grasp. What if contentment were already here, in the rise and fall of your chest, in the softness of the sheets beneath you? Plato, too, invites us to consider the nature of reality as we drift toward sleep. He spoke of the world we see as mere shadows on a cave wall, flickering images of a deeper, truer reality. What if your dreams tonight are not just random firings of the mind, but glimpses of that higher plane? What if the boundaries between waking and sleeping are thinner than we imagine, and in the liminal space between them, we touch something eternal? There is a reason why so many cultures have revered dreams as messages from the divine, as portals to wisdom. Perhaps sleep is not an escape from truth, but a return to it. Aristotle, ever the observer of nature, reminds us that everything seeks its proper place. Fire rises, stones fall, and the human soul longs for understanding. We are drawn toward meaning as naturally as a river seeks the sea. And just as a tree does not struggle to grow, it simply unfolds according to its nature, so too can you trust in your own unfolding? There is no need to force insight or strain for enlightenment. Wisdom comes in its own time, like the slow turning of the seasons. The Taoists speak of Wu Wei, the art of effortless action, of moving with the flow of life rather than against it. Imagine a leaf floating on a pond, carried by the water's gentle currents. It does not resist, nor does it strive. It simply is. In this moment, you are that leaf, cradled by forces greater than yourself, held in perfect balance. There is strength in softness, power in relaxation. As you release the tension in your muscles, as you let go of the day's thoughts, you are embodying this ancient wisdom. The Buddhists, too, offer a profound insight into the nature of rest. They teach that suffering arises from attachment to desires, to identities, to the illusion of control. But in sleep, we release all these things effortlessly. You do not cling to your thoughts as you drift off. They simply dissolve, like waves returning to the ocean. This is the practice of non-attachment in its purest form. And when you wake, you might carry this lesson with you, that peace comes not from holding on, but from letting go. The mystics of every tradition have spoken of the divine as a kind of infinite sleep, a boundless awareness that underlies all things. The Sufi poet Rumi wrote, "You are not a drop in the ocean." In sleep, the illusion of separation fades, and for a few precious hours, you remember your true nature, not as a solitary self, but as part of the vast, dreaming cosmos. And so, as your eyelids grow heavy, as the boundaries between thought and stillness blur, know that you are participating in something timeless. The philosophers and sages you've just met are not distant figures from the past, but fellow travelers on this endless journey toward understanding. Their words are not just ideas, but living whispers in the dark, reminding you that you are not alone in your questioning, in your longing, in your surrender. The night embraces you now, and the great questions of existence can wait. There is no need to solve the mysteries of the universe tonight. They will still be here in the morning, glowing softly at the edges of your awareness. For now, there is only this breath, and this breath, and the quiet certainty that all is unfolding as it should. The stars above you have watched over countless dreamers before, and they will watch over countless more. You are held in this endless rhythm, this eternal dance of waking and sleeping, seeking and finding, questioning and resting. Let the weight of these thoughts dissolve like mist at dawn. There is nothing to do, nowhere to go. The universe is dreaming with you, and all is well. As your thoughts become more tranquil, we'll now explore another facet of this philosophical tapestry. As you settle into the quiet embrace of the night, let us begin a gentle journey into the heart of modern enlightenment, a concept as vast as the starlit sky above you, yet as intimate as the rhythm of your own breath. Imagine, if you will, a path illuminated not by the harsh glare of certainty, but by the soft, flickering light of wisdom passed down through the ages. This is not a path to be rushed, nor a destination to be seized. It is a meandering river of thought, flowing at its own unhurried pace, inviting you to drift along its currents as your mind grows heavy with the weight of sleep. The idea of enlightenment has shimmered in the human imagination for centuries, a beacon calling to seekers of truth, peace, and understanding. In the modern world, this ancient longing has taken on new forms, blending the timeless insights of Eastern philosophy with the probing questions of Western thought. Picture, for a moment, the quiet intensity of a Zen monk sitting in meditation, his mind as still as a mountain lake at dawn. Now imagine the restless curiosity of a modern philosopher, pacing the corridors of a university, turning over questions of existence like smooth stones in the palm of his hand. These two figures, seemingly worlds apart, are united by the same fundamental yearning to awaken to the deeper truths of life. One of the guiding lights of this modern exploration was the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, a man who found in the teachings of Buddhism and Hinduism a resonance with his own somber reflections on the nature of desire and suffering. He wrote of the world as a ceaseless striving, a wheel of want and dissatisfaction. And yet, he also glimpsed the possibility of release, a quieting of the endless hunger of the will. His words drift through the centuries like a whisper in the dark, reminding us that enlightenment is not the acquisition of something new, but the letting go of what we never truly needed. And then there is the luminous figure of Jiddu Krishnamurti, a man who spoke with the simplicity of a breeze through the trees, urging his listeners to free themselves from the cages of dogma and tradition. Truth is a pathless land, he would say, his voice as calm as a still pond. He invited us to look within, not as a means of escape, but as a way of meeting life fully, without the filters of fear or expectation. His teachings are like a gentle hand on your shoulder, guiding you back to the present moment, where all true understanding begins and ends. In the quiet spaces between these towering figures, there are other voices, softer but no less profound. The French mystic Simone Weil, who spoke of attention as the purest form of prayer, or the Vietnamese monk Thich Nhat Hanh, whose words on mindfulness feel like a warm blanket wrapped around the soul. These thinkers remind us that enlightenment is not a distant peak to be conquered, but a way of being, a quality of presence that can infuse even the simplest acts: sipping tea, feeling the earth beneath your feet, listening to the distant hum of the world as it settles into night. As you lie here, your breath slowing, your thoughts unraveling like threads of silk, consider this: the search for enlightenment is not a race, nor a puzzle to be solved. It is more like the slow unfurling of a flower, or the gradual lightening of the sky before dawn. There is no need to grasp at it, no need to strain or struggle. The very act of letting go, of surrendering to the quietude of this moment, is itself a step toward awakening. And so, as the night deepens and the boundaries between waking and dreaming soften. Know that you are part of this endless conversation, this shared exploration of what it means to be alive. The philosophers and sages you have just met are not relics of the past, but companions on the journey, their words like lanterns lighting the way. You need not carry their wisdom as a burden, but simply as a gentle reminder that the answers you seek are already here, woven into the fabric of your being, waiting to be noticed in the spaces between thoughts. For now, let these ideas dissolve like mist on a morning lake. There is no need to hold on, no need to figure anything out. The universe is vast, and you are a part of its dreaming. All is well, and all will be well. The stars above have watched over countless seekers before you, and they will watch over countless more. You are held in this infinite embrace, cradled in the quiet certainty that everything unfolds in its own time. So close your eyes, dear traveler, and let the night carry you. The journey will continue when you wake, but for now, there is only this breath, and the soft, slow descent into sleep. As you drift deeper into the embrace of the night, let us gently explore the quiet wisdom that lingers in the spaces between your thoughts. Enlightenment is not a distant peak to be conquered, nor a prize to be won after years of struggle. It is here now, in the soft rhythm of your breath, in the way your body sinks into the mattress, in the effortless surrender to the quietude of this moment. The modern world often tells us that enlightenment is something to be achieved, a goal, a destination. But the deeper truth is that it is already woven into the fabric of your being, like the subtle hum of the universe beneath the noise of daily life. Consider the way light filters through the leaves of a tree, dappling the ground with ever-shifting patterns. Enlightenment is much like this, not a fixed state, but a fluid dance of awareness, always present, always changing. The mind, in its restless searching, may mistake it for something grand and unattainable, but in truth, it is as simple as the space between one thought and the next. When you pause, when you let go of the need to define or grasp it, you may catch a glimpse of it, like the faintest scent of jasmine on a summer breeze, there and then gone, leaving only the memory of its sweetness. In our modern lives, we are so often pulled in countless directions, our attention fragmented by screens and schedules, and endless streams of information. Yet, enlightenment does not ask you to abandon the world or retreat to a mountaintop. It invites you to meet the ordinary with extraordinary presence, to wash the dishes with the same reverence as a monk in meditation, to walk down the street as if each step were a prayer. The sacred is not separate from the mundane. It is the very essence of it, waiting to be noticed in the way sunlight catches the edge of a coffee cup, or in the sound of rain against the window just before sleep takes you. Perhaps you have felt it before, a moment when time seemed to soften, when the boundaries between yourself and the world dissolved like mist in the morning. Maybe it happened while watching the ocean, or listening to a piece of music that touched something wordless within you. These are not fleeting accidents, but whispers of the truth that lies beneath the surface of things. Enlightenment is not the absence of struggle or sorrow, but the recognition that even these are part of the vast, tender tapestry of existence. It is the understanding that you are not separate from life, but life itself, unfolding in countless forms. The modern seeker may wonder how to reconcile this ancient wisdom with the pace of contemporary living. The answer lies not in rejection, but in integration. You need not discard your phone or your responsibilities to touch the infinite. Instead, you can carry the stillness with you, like a quiet flame in the center of your chest. When the world grows loud, you can return to the breath. When the mind races, you can rest in the space between thoughts. Enlightenment is not a rejection of the human experience, but a deepening of it, a way of moving through the world with open hands, holding everything lightly, knowing that nothing is truly yours to possess. Think of a river always flowing, never the same from one moment to the next. Enlightenment is like this, a constant movement, a ceaseless becoming. The mind may crave permanence, may cling to ideas and identities, but the river does not cling to its banks. It simply flows, trusting the current, surrendering to the journey. You, too, are this river ever-changing, yet always whole. The anxieties and doubts that visit you are like leaves floating on the surface, here for a time, then carried away. Beneath them, the water remains clear and undisturbed. As sleep draws nearer, let yourself sink into this knowing. You are not a problem to be solved, nor a project to be perfected. You are already complete, already home. The search for enlightenment is not a journey outward, but a return, a remembering of what has always been true. The stars that watch over you tonight have seen civilizations rise and fall, have witnessed the birth and death of galaxies. In their light, your worries are small and fleeting, yet your essence is vast and timeless. So let go, dear one. There is nothing to do, nowhere to go. The universe breathes through you, and in this breath, all is well. The night holds you, the silence cradles you, and in the gentle surrender to sleep, you touch the edge of the infinite. Rest now, knowing that enlightenment is not a far-off dream, but the quiet truth of this very moment, soft, unassuming, and always here, drifting like a leaf on a calm stream of thought. Let us now consider a different philosophical perspective. Imagine, for a moment, the quiet stillness of an ancient temple nestled in the misty mountains of the east. The air is cool, carrying the faint scent of incense, sandalwood perhaps, or the earthy sweetness of agarwood. A single candle flickers, casting soft shadows on the walls as a monk sits in meditation, his breath slow and steady, his mind as vast and open as the sky. This is where our journey begins, not with grand declarations or urgent revelations, but with the gentle unfolding of wisdom that has been passed down through centuries, like a whisper carried on the wind. In the East, philosophy is not merely an intellectual pursuit. It is a way of being, a path woven into the fabric of daily life. It is found in the rhythm of a tea ceremony, in the deliberate strokes of a calligrapher's brush, in the silence between words. The great sages of these traditions did not seek to impose rigid doctrines, but to point toward something far more subtle, the nature of reality itself and our place within it. One of the most profound ideas to emerge from Eastern thought is the concept of impermanence. The Buddha, sitting beneath the Bodhi tree, observed that all things arise and pass away, joy and sorrow, birth and death. Even the very sense of self we cling to so tightly, like the river that never holds the same water twice. Life is a constant flow, and our suffering often comes from resisting this truth. We long for permanence, for something solid to grasp, but the river does not stop for our grasping. It moves on, serene and untroubled, teaching us that peace is found not in holding on, but in letting go. Lao Tzu, the ancient Chinese sage, spoke of the Tao, the nameless, formless source of all things, the way of nature that cannot be described, only experienced. The Tao is like water, soft and yielding, yet capable of wearing away the hardest stone. It does not strive, yet nothing is left undone. In this, there is a deep lesson for us, that effortlessness is not laziness, but harmony. When we align ourselves with the natural flow of life, we find that struggle falls away, replaced by a quiet ease. The Tao does not force the river to flow. It simply allows, and in that allowing, everything unfolds as it should. Zen masters, too, have long understood the futility of chasing after enlightenment as if it were some distant prize. They speak instead of sudden awakening, a moment where the mind drops its endless seeking and realizes what has always been true. It is not a riddle to be solved with logic, but an invitation to look beyond the layers of identity, beyond the stories we tell ourselves, to the pure awareness that has been there all along, like the moon reflected on the surface of a still pond. Enlightenment is not something to be attained. It is simply recognized. In Japan, the practice of wabi-sabi embraces the beauty of imperfection and transience. A cracked teacup, repaired with gold, becomes more precious for its flaws. The cherry blossoms, so fleeting in their bloom, remind us that beauty and fragility are inseparable. There is a deep wisdom here, a gentle acceptance that nothing lasts, and that this very impermanence is what gives life its poignancy and depth. As you settle deeper into the quiet of this moment, let these thoughts wash over you like a gentle tide. There is no need to grasp them, no need to analyze or dissect. Simply allow them to drift through your mind like clouds passing across the sky. The teachings of the East are not meant to be accumulated like possessions, but to be lived, to be felt in the bones and the breath. And so, as sleep draws nearer, imagine yourself as that river, flowing without resistance, trusting the current. The thoughts that trouble you are like ripples on the surface. Notice them, but do not chase them. Beneath the ripples, the water is still, clear, and undisturbed. This is your true nature, the silent awareness that has been with you all along. The night cradles you now, soft and heavy as a quilt. The stars, those ancient witnesses, shine down as they have for millennia, their light a reminder of the vastness in which your small worries dissolve. There is nothing to do, nowhere to go, only this breath, this moment, this gentle surrender to the quiet wisdom that has always been here, waiting for you to remember. Rest now, dear traveler. The journey is not ahead of you, it is here, in the stillness, in the dark, in the unshakable knowing that you are already home. The night deepens around you now, wrapping you in its velvety embrace like a mother cradling her child. Can you feel it? That quiet pulse of existence beneath all your thoughts, beneath even the rhythm of your breath. It is the same pulse that moves through the forests when no wind stirs the leaves, the same quiet hum between the notes of a distant flute played somewhere in the mountains. This is what the ancient sages of the East spoke of when they whispered of the Tao, the way that cannot be named, the current that carries all things without effort, like a river returning to the sea. Imagine, if you will, a single dewdrop clinging to a bamboo leaf at dawn. For a moment, it holds the entire sky within its fragile sphere, perfect and complete. Then, when the time is right, it falls not because it is forced, but because it simply knows. There is no resistance in its descent, no fear of what comes next. It becomes the earth, then the air, then the rain once more. This is the wisdom of Wu Wei, the art of non-doing, of moving with the natural order of things. How much of our exhaustion comes from swimming against the current, from clutching at what must change, from fearing what cannot be controlled. The Zen masters tell us that the mind is like muddy water. When we stir it with our grasping and our worries, it becomes cloudy, impossible to see through. But if we simply let it be, the sediment settles on its own, and the water grows clear. This is the practice of Zazen, just sitting, just breathing, allowing everything to be as it is without interference. There is a profound intelligence in this surrender, a trust that the universe knows its own way. You need not figure everything out tonight. You need not solve the mysteries of existence before sleep takes you. The answers, if there are any, will come like the morning sun, slowly, gently, in their own time. In the quiet spaces between your thoughts, there is a presence that has been with you since the beginning. The Buddhists call it your original face, the essence of who you are before names, before stories, before all the things you believe you must be. It is not something to attain or achieve, only something to remember. Like a mirror covered in dust, your true nature is already here, waiting beneath the layers of striving. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine those layers softening, dissolving like mist under moonlight. There is nothing to fix, nothing to become. You are already whole. The Japanese have a concept called yujin, the profound grace of the unseen, the beauty that lingers in the shadows, in the spaces between words. It is the way the scent of plum blossoms carries farther in the dark, or how the sound of a temple bell seems to hang in the air long after it has been struck. This is the magic of the night, the wisdom that comes not from bright lights and clear answers, but from the soft, the subtle, the half-glimpsed truths that speak to the soul in whispers. Let yourself sink into this mystery now, where understanding is not a thought, but a feeling, a quiet knowing that needs no explanation. It is the practice of peeling away all that you are not, layer by layer, until only the boundless remains. You are not your thoughts, though they pass through you like clouds. You are not your body, though it carries you through this life. You are not even the one who sleeps, but the vast awareness in which sleep arises, like a wave returning to the ocean. All these temporary identities are just movements within something far greater, far more peaceful. Tonight, let them go, one by one, like releasing stones from your pockets before stepping into a quiet pond. The Chinese philosopher Xuanzi once dreamed he was a butterfly, and upon waking, wondered if he was a man who had dreamed of being a butterfly, or a butterfly now dreaming of being a man. This playful uncertainty is the heart of wisdom, the recognition that all our certainties are but stories, and that reality is far more fluid than we imagine. What if, just for tonight, you allowed yourself to float in that in-between space where the boundaries of self soften, where dream and waking blur like ink in water? There is freedom here, a lightness that comes from not needing to know. As you settle deeper into the arms of the night, consider the words of the Sufi poet Rumi. You are not a drop in the ocean. Every atom of your being is a universe unto itself, and yet you are inseparable from the whole, like a single note in an endless song. The divisions we feel between self and other, between past and future, are illusions woven by the mind. Underneath them, there is only this, the unbroken stillness, the silent hum of existence that has no beginning and no end. Let your breath become slow and even, like the tide receding under a full moon. With each exhale, release whatever remains of the day, the unfinished tasks, the unspoken words, the weight of all that has passed. With each inhale, draw in the peace that has always been here, the peace that does not come and go, but simply is. You are not falling asleep. You are returning to the source, to the essence, to the place where all journeys begin and end in the same eternal now. The night holds you. The stars keep watch. And somewhere beyond all thinking, beyond even the sweet drift of dreams, you remember, ah yes, this is what I am. This is what I have always been. Rest now in that knowing. The universe breathes with you. All is well. As your breath becomes more regular and your mind more serene, let us gently shift our philosophical gaze. As you settle into the quiet embrace of this moment, let us begin to explore the gentle currents of thought that have shaped contemporary philosophy. ideas that invite you to soften, to release, and to drift into deeper understanding. These are not concepts to grasp tightly, but whispers to let wash over you, like moonlight spilling across still water. One of the most tender and profound ideas in modern thought is the notion of presence, the art of being fully here, without resistance, without the need to change anything. This idea finds its roots in ancient wisdom, but has been tenderly carried forward by voices like Eckhart Tolle, who speaks of the power of now as the only place where life truly unfolds. His words are a reminder that the past is a story, the future a projection, and all that ever exists is this: the breath, the silence between thoughts, the unshakable stillness beneath the surface of things. As you listen, you might notice how often the mind wanders into memories, into plans, into endless loops of what if and if only. But here, in this quiet space, there is permission to let all that go. The philosopher Alan Watts, with his warm and lilting voice, once compared the mind to the sky. Thoughts are like clouds passing through, but the sky itself remains untouched, vast, and undisturbed. You are not your thoughts, he would say. You are the awareness that holds them. And then there is the concept of non-duality, a thread that weaves through many traditions, from Advaita Vedanta to Zen Buddhism and into contemporary teachings. It is the simple, radical idea that there is no separation between you and the world, between the observer and the observed. The modern teacher Rupert Spira often speaks of this with a quiet intensity, pointing out that even the sense of being a separate self is just another appearance in awareness. To rest in this understanding is to dissolve the illusion of division, to return to the wholeness that was never lost. Another gentle giant in this landscape is Thich Nhat Hanh, the Zen master whose teachings on mindfulness and interbeing feel like a slow, deep breath. He reminds us that we are not isolated beings, but part of a vast, interconnected web: the cloud in the tea, the ancestors in our bones, the earth in our footsteps. His words are an invitation to walk, as if kissing the ground with each step, to live with a tenderness that embraces all of life. And then there is the question of meaning. What is it all for? The existentialists, like Sartre and Camus, grappled with this in their own ways. But perhaps the most soothing voice in this conversation is that of Viktor Frankl, who found in the depths of suffering a profound truth: that life does not owe us meaning, but invites us to discover it, to create it in every moment. His logotherapy suggests that even in the darkest night, we can find a star to guide us if we are willing to look. These ideas are not meant to be solved like puzzles, but to be felt, like the warmth of the sun on your skin or the hush of wind through trees. They are invitations to let go, to soften, to sink into the mystery of being. So as you listen, let your breath slow, let your body grow heavy, and let these thoughts drift through you like leaves on a quiet stream. There is no need to hold on to them, no need to analyze or remember. They are simply here, like the stars, shining, distant, beautiful in their own way, but never demanding anything from you. And as you drift, you might notice how all these teachings point to the same truth, that beneath the noise, beneath the striving and the stories, there is a peace that cannot be disturbed. It is the peace of the ocean beneath the waves, the silence beneath the song. You are that peace. You have always been that peace. So rest now in this knowing. The night is deep, the world is quiet, and all is well. The night wraps around you like a gentle embrace. And as you settle deeper into this quiet space, let's wander further into the landscape of thought, softly, slowly, like moonlight spilling across a still lake. There is no urgency here, no need to grasp or understand. These ideas are merely whispers, floating on the edges of your awareness, inviting you to let go even more. Consider, for a moment, the nature of time. We often think of it as a river rushing forward, carrying us along with it. But what if time is more like a vast ocean, with currents moving in all directions? The past is not truly gone. It lingers in the way the scent of rain lingers long after the storm has passed. The future is not some distant shore, but already present in the seeds of now. And the present, this very moment, is the only place where life is ever truly lived. When you rest here in the now, time loses its grip. There is no hurry, no need to chase or cling. There is only this breath, this quiet, this peace. And what of the self, the you that seems so solid, so real? Modern thinkers, drawing from both ancient wisdom and contemporary science, suggest that the self is more like a story we tell ourselves, a narrative woven from memories, thoughts, and sensations. But if you look closely, you might notice that the storyteller is itself part of the story. There is no fixed center, no unchanging core. There is only this ever-shifting flow of experience. This can be a liberating realization. If the self is not a rigid thing, then you are free to soften, to expand, to dissolve into the vastness of being. You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the ocean in a drop. The world, too, is not as solid as it seems. Quantum physics whispers that at the most fundamental level, reality is a dance of probabilities, a shimmering web of connections. What we perceive as separate objects are really patterns of energy, interwoven and interdependent. The tree outside your window, the stars above, the breath in your lungs, all are part of the same unfolding mystery. When you see this, even for a fleeting moment, the boundaries between you and everything else begin to blur. There is no separation, only wholeness. And yet, the mind loves to divide, to categorize, to label. It wants to know, to control, to make sense of the world. This is its nature, and there is no need to fight it, but you can gently remind yourself that these thoughts are just passing clouds in the sky of awareness. They come, they go, and the sky remains untouched. You are that sky, vast, open, undisturbed by whatever drifts through. In this space, gratitude arises naturally, not as something you have to force, but as a quiet recognition of the miracle of being here at all. The odds of your existence are so infinitesimally small, and yet here you are, breathing, feeling alive. The air you breathe has been exhaled by trees. The water you drink has flowed through rivers and clouds for millennia. The atoms in your body were forged in the hearts of stars. You are not just in the universe is in you. And so, as you sink deeper into rest, you might feel a sense of belonging, not to any one place or identity, but to existence itself. You belong as the waves belong to the ocean, as the leaves belong to the tree. There is nothing to prove, nowhere to go, nothing to become. You are already home. The night deepens, and the world grows quieter still. The thoughts that once seemed so important now feel light, insubstantial. They drift away like mist at dawn. What remains is a quiet presence, a gentle awareness that knows without thinking, that sees without looking. This is the essence of you, the essence of everything. And if, in this moment, you notice a sense of peace, know that this peace is not something you have to create or find. It is what you are when all else falls away. It is the silence beneath every sound, the stillness beneath every movement. It has always been here, waiting for you to return. So rest now in this boundless peace. Let go of every effort, every intention. There is nothing to do, nowhere to be. The night holds you, the earth supports you, and the universe sings you a lullaby older than time. All is well, and all will always be well. Sleep comes not as an end, but as a return to the source, to the quiet from which all things arise, and to which all things return. Let yourself be carried, like a leaf on a slow-moving river, back into the arms of the infinite, and as you drift, know that you are not alone. You are part of something vast, something sacred, something endlessly loving. The stars above, the air around you, the pulse of your own heart, all are whispering the same truth. You are loved, you are safe, you are home. Now, let the breath soften, let the body melt, let the mind dissolve into the great silence. There is nothing more to know, nothing more to do, only rest, only peace, only this. The quiet contemplation continues as we move, like soft clouds across the evening sky, to another philosophical vista. Imagine, for a moment, the gentle hum of the universe, a sound so soft it blends into the background of your thoughts, like the distant murmur of a river, or the whisper of wind through trees. This is the sound of philosophy meeting other disciplines, a quiet harmony where ideas flow like water, merging and separating in endless patterns. The concept of 3 hours of life changing philosophy to fall asleep to is not an isolated island, but a vast continent connected to countless other realms of thought. Let us wander through these connections slowly, like a dreamer meandering through a moonlit garden, pausing here and there to admire the way the light touches each petal, each leaf, In psychology, the act of falling asleep to philosophical reflections finds a natural home. The mind, as it drifts toward slumber, enters a state of heightened suggestibility, a twilight zone where the boundaries between conscious and unconscious blur. Psychologists have long studied the power of soothing words to ease the mind into rest, much like a lullaby for the soul. The gentle cadence of philosophical musings, questions about existence, meaning, and the nature of reality can act as a balm for an overactive mind. Carl Jung spoke of the collective unconscious, a deep well of shared human experience. And perhaps it is here, in the quiet moments before sleep, that we tap into that well. The words you hear as you drift off are not just sounds. They are echoes of something older, something universal. Sociology, too, has its place in this tapestry. Think of the way societies have always used stories and shared wisdom to guide their people toward rest, from ancient oral traditions to modern podcasts. Humans have sought comfort in the voices of others, in the assurance that we are not alone in our wondering. The philosophy of sleep is, in many ways, a philosophy of community, of how we come together in our vulnerability, in our need for rest. Even in the solitude of your bedroom, you are part of a long lineage of dreamers, all seeking the same peace. The very act of listening to these words connects you to countless others who have done the same, a silent fellowship of those who choose to end their day with reflection rather than distraction. Literature and art have always danced with philosophy, and nowhere is this more evident than in the realm of sleep. Consider the poets who have written of night as a metaphor for the unknown, for the subconscious, for the divine. Rilke spoke of the night as a time of deep listening, when the soul speaks in whispers. Painters like Van Gogh captured the swirling mystery of the night sky, a visual representation of the vastness that philosophy tries to articulate with words. The slow, deliberate pacing of 3 hours of life-changing philosophy to fall asleep to is not unlike the rhythm of a well-crafted poem or the brushstrokes of a painting meant to evoke calm. It is an art form in itself, a carefully composed experience designed to guide you gently into the arms of sleep. Science, too, offers insights into why this practice resonates so deeply. Neuroscience tells us that the brain does not simply shut off when we sleep. It reorganizes, processes, and integrates the day's experiences. The words you hear as you drift off may linger in your subconscious, weaving themselves into your dreams or emerging later as sudden clarity. The study of circadian rhythms reminds us that sleep is not just a biological necessity, but a cosmic alignment, a return to the primordial rhythms of light and dark, activity and rest. Philosophy, when paired with this understanding, becomes a bridge between the abstract and the tangible, a way of honoring the body's need for rest while nourishing the mind's hunger for meaning. Mathematics, in its own quiet way, also touches this philosophy. There is a rhythm to numbers, a pattern to equations that mirrors the patterns of thought. The Fibonacci sequence appears in the spirals of seashells and the arrangement of leaves, a reminder that order and beauty exist even in the most seemingly chaotic systems. The slow, measured delivery of philosophical ideas is like a mathematical proof, each thought building on the last, leading you inevitably toward a conclusion that feels both surprising and inevitable. And just as a mathematician might lose themselves in the elegance of a solution, so too can you lose yourself in the flow of these words, carried along until the boundary between waking and sleeping dissolves. Even spirituality, in its many forms, finds common ground here. The practice of falling asleep to philosophical reflections is not so different from ancient meditation techniques or prayer rituals designed to quiet the mind. Many traditions speak of sleep as a small death, a rehearsal for the final surrender. In this light, the act of listening to these words becomes a kind of sacred practice, a way of preparing the soul for the release of consciousness. The words are not just ideas, they are invitations to let go, to trust in the wisdom of the universe, to surrender to the certainty that you are held. And so, as you lie here, listening to these words, know that you are part of something much larger than yourself. You are part of a conversation that spans disciplines, centuries, and cultures. The philosophy that lulls you to sleep is not just a collection of thoughts, but a living, breathing web of connections to psychology's understanding of the mind, to sociology's study of community, to literature and art's expression of the ineffable, to science's exploration of the body, to mathematics' revelation of pattern, to spirituality's embrace of the sacred. Let these connections cradle you now, like a net of stars holding you safe. There is no need to grasp at them, no need to analyze or categorize. Simply allow them to be, as you allow yourself to be, here now, drifting toward sleep. The boundaries between disciplines, like the boundaries between waking and dreaming, are softer than they seem. All of it, the thoughts, the words, the silence, is part of the same vast, tender mystery. And as you feel yourself sinking deeper, as the words begin to blur at the edges, remember this: sleep is not an end, but a return to the source, to the quiet from which all things arise and to which all things return. You are not leaving the world behind. You are rejoining it in its most essential form. The philosophy that has accompanied you tonight is just one thread in the infinite tapestry of existence. Let it go now, as you let go of the day, as you let go of thought itself. There is nothing more to know, nothing more to do. Only rest, only peace, only this. Let your consciousness float peacefully as we transition to the next realm of philosophical insight. Imagine, if you will, the slow unfurling of a single leaf in the early light of dawn. It begins as a tightly wound bud, holding within it the potential for growth, for transformation, for life. This is not so different from the way philosophy unfolds within the mind, gently, almost imperceptibly at first, until one day you realize it has changed the way you see the world. The leaf does not rush its opening. It does not force itself into being. It simply responds to the warmth of the sun, the whisper of the wind, the quiet call of time. And so, it is with the ideas that drift through your mind tonight, like clouds passing over the moon. They do not demand your attention. They simply invite you to rest within their presence, to let them settle into the soft soil of your awareness. Consider the metaphor of the river, so often used to describe the passage of time, the flow of thought, the movement of life itself. A river does not question its course. It does not resist the rocks that shape its path. It simply moves, winding its way through the landscape with a quiet certainty. In the same way, the philosophy that surrounds you now is not something to be grasped or controlled. It is something to be carried by, something to surrender to, as one surrenders to the current of a slow-moving stream. The river knows where it is going, even when we do not. And perhaps, in these moments before sleep, you can trust that your mind, too, knows where it needs to go, not in the rigid, linear way of daylight logic, but in the meandering, intuitive way of dreams. There is another metaphor, one that has comforted thinkers for centuries, the image of the labyrinth. Unlike a maze, which is designed to confuse and confound, a labyrinth has a single, winding path that leads inevitably to the center. To walk a labyrinth is to engage in a kind of meditation, a slow, deliberate journey toward the heart of things. The twists and turns may seem arbitrary at first, but they are all part of the greater design, and so it is with the ideas that float through your mind tonight. They may seem disjointed, fleeting, even contradictory at times, but they are all part of the same journey, the same gentle unfolding toward understanding, toward rest, toward the quiet center of your being. Think, too, of the metaphor of the candle flame, flickering in the darkness. The flame does not fight against the night. It simply exists, a small but steady presence in the vastness. It is not afraid of the shadows, nor does it seek to banish them entirely. It simply offers its light, humble and unassuming. In the same way, the philosophy that accompanies you tonight is not here to dispel all uncertainty, to answer all questions. It is here to sit with you in the dimness, to remind you that even in the absence of absolute clarity, there is warmth, there is presence, there is a kind of knowing that goes beyond words. And then there is the metaphor of the garden, a place where growth and decay exist side by side, where beauty and impermanence are inextricably linked. A garden is never finished. It is always in the process of becoming, of changing, of returning to the earth and rising again. The thoughts that drift through your mind now are like seeds scattered on fertile ground. Some will take root, others will dissolve back into the soil. But all of them are part of the same cycle, the same endless dance of creation and release. You need not cling to any one idea, any one insight. Like the flowers in the garden, will bloom in their own time and fade in their own time, and that is as it should be. Perhaps the most tender metaphor of all is that of the lullaby, a song sung not to explain or persuade, but to soothe, to comfort, to guide the listener gently towards sleep. The words of a lullaby are often simple, repetitive, almost nonsensical, and yet they carry a profound wisdom. The wisdom of surrender, the wisdom of letting go. The philosophy that surrounds you tonight is not so different. It is not here to challenge or provoke. It is here to cradle you, to remind you that it is okay to release the weight of the day, the weight of thought itself. The lullaby does not demand understanding. It only asks for trust, and so too can you trust in the quiet wisdom of these moments, in the soft hum of existence that underlies all things. As you drift closer to sleep, consider one final metaphor, that of the horizon, that elusive line where sky meets earth, where the known dissolves into the unknown. The horizon is always there, always beckoning, yet it can never be reached. It is not a destination, but a reminder that there is always more, always mystery, always something just beyond our grasp. And yet, this is not a cause for frustration, but for wonder, for a kind of peaceful acceptance. The ideas that have accompanied you tonight are like that horizon. They are not here to be conquered or fully understood, but to remind you of the vastness, the beauty, the gentle infinitude of thought and being. And now, as sleep draws nearer, as the metaphors begin to blur and blend like colors in water, you can let them go. You can release the need to analyze, to categorize, to make sense of it all. The leaf does not cling to its branch. The river does not resist the sea. The candle flame does not fear the dark. And you, too, can surrender to the night, to the silence, to the soft embrace of sleep. There is nothing more to hold on to, nothing more to ponder. Only this, the quiet, the stillness, the infinite tenderness of being. Rest now. Let go. The philosophy will be here when you wake, as it has always been, as it always will be, woven into the fabric of the world, into the very air you breathe. But for now, there is only this moment, this breath, this gentle descent into the arms of sleep. And so, softly, slowly, the words fade, the thoughts dissolve, and you are carried not toward an ending, but toward a beginning, toward the silent, sacred space where all things begin anew. As your body relaxes deeper into comfort, allow your mind to follow us into another domain of philosophical inquiry. As you settle deeper into the quiet, let us gently explore how the wisdom of philosophy can weave itself into the fabric of your daily life. These are not grand revelations meant to shake the foundations of your world, but subtle whispers, gentle nudges that guide you toward a more thoughtful, peaceful existence. Imagine them as soft ripples in a still pond, each one spreading outward, touching the edges of your awareness without disturbance. Consider the idea of impermanence, a thread that runs through so many philosophical traditions. The leaves fall, the seasons turn, the moments of your life slip through your fingers like grains of sand. Yet, there is no sorrow in this, only a quiet truth to be observed. When you wake tomorrow, you might carry this awareness with you, not as a weight, but as a lightness. The frustrations of the day, the minor inconveniences, the fleeting worries, they too shall pass. And in knowing this, you can greet each moment with a softer heart, a more open hand. Then there is the practice of presence, the art of being fully where you are. So often, the mind races ahead, chasing tomorrow's anxieties, or lingers behind, turning over yesterday's regrets. But philosophy invites you to rest in the now, to feel the warmth of the sun on your skin, to notice the rhythm of your breath, to truly listen when someone speaks. This is not a demand, but an invitation. You need not perfect it. You need only return to it again and again, like the tide returning to the shore. And what of kindness, both to yourself and to others? The ancient Stoics spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the way each life touches another in ways seen and unseen. When you move through your day, you might pause just for a moment before reacting in haste or frustration. You might ask yourself, what would it feel like to meet this moment with patience? To offer grace, even when it is not asked for. These small choices, repeated over time, become the quiet architecture of a meaningful life. Then there is the question of purpose. Not in the grand, sweeping sense, but in the ordinary moments. The philosopher Albert Camus once wrote that we must imagine Sisyphus happy, that even in the repetition of his endless task, there could be meaning, and so too in your own life. The routines, the chores, the small duties that fill your days, they are not obstacles to happiness, but the very ground upon which it is built. When you wash the dishes, when you walk the dog, when you sit quietly with a cup of tea, these, too, can be acts of mindfulness, of gentle devotion to the life you are living. And as sleep draws nearer, you might reflect on the idea of surrender, not as defeat, but as trust. The river does not resist the current. The tree does not fight the wind. There is wisdom in allowing, in accepting what cannot be changed, in releasing the need to control every outcome. Tomorrow, when you face the unexpected, you might remember this. You might take a breath and ask, what can I let go of? What can I accept with an open heart? These are not lessons to be mastered, but companions for the journey, quiet truths to return to when the noise of the world grows loud. And as you drift now, as the boundaries between thought and dream begin to soften, you can rest in knowing that philosophy is not distant or abstract. It is here, in the way you move through your days, in the way you meet the world with curiosity and care. So let the words fade now. Let the thoughts dissolve like mist at dawn. There is nothing more to grasp, nothing more to understand. Only this, the quiet rhythm of your breath, the gentle weight of the blankets, the slow, steady turning of the earth beneath you. Sleep is not an end, but a return to yourself, to stillness, to the infinite wisdom that lives in the spaces between thoughts. Rest now. The philosophy will be here when you wake, as it always has been, as it always will be, woven into the ordinary, the everyday, the sacred simplicity of being alive. But for now, there is only this soft descent, this surrender to the night, this quiet knowing that all is well. And so, without effort, without resistance, you drift, carried on the gentle current of sleep, into the boundless peace that awaits. The gentle unfolding of these ideas continues as we softly turn toward another philosophical landscape. Imagine, for a moment, that you are standing on a quiet shore at dusk, the waves lapping softly at your feet. The sky is a canvas of fading light, and the air carries the scent of salt and stillness. Here, in this tranquil space, let us explore a few gentle thought experiments, philosophical whispers that invite you to ponder, to wonder, and then, like the tide, to let go. First, consider the tale of the Ship of Theseus. Picture an ancient vessel, its wooden planks weathered by time and travel. Over the years, each piece of the ship is replaced, one by one, until none of the original remains. Is it still the same ship? If you gathered all the old planks and reassembled them elsewhere, would that now be the true Ship of Theseus? This puzzle lingers like the echo of a distant bell, asking us what truly makes something or someone the same over time. Are we too like the ship, constantly changing, yet somehow still ourselves? The question drifts on the breeze, unanswered, and that is all right. Some mysteries are meant to be felt, not solved. Now, let us wander into the quiet garden of the Chinese room. Imagine a person sitting inside a room, surrounded by shelves of books filled with symbols they do not understand. People outside slip notes under the door, written in Chinese, and the person inside follows the book's instructions to reply with the appropriate symbols. To those outside, it seems as if the room understands Chinese. But does it? Does the person inside truly grasp the meaning? Or are they merely manipulating symbols? This thought experiment gently nudges us to wonder, what is understanding? Can a machine ever truly think? Or is it only simulating thought? The question lingers like the scent of jasmine in the evening air, subtle and elusive. Next, we find ourselves in the soft glow of the trolley problem. A trolley is barreling down the tracks toward 5 people who cannot move. You stand by a lever that could divert the trolley onto another track, where it would kill one person instead. Do you pull the lever? The weight of the decision settles like a stone in your palm. This scenario asks us to consider the nature of morality. Is it better to act and be responsible for one death, or to refrain and allow 5 to perish? The dilemma unfolds like a slow-moving cloud, casting shifting shadows over the landscape of ethics. There are no easy answers, only the quiet hum of contemplation. Now, let us step into the timeless parable of Plato's cave. Picture prisoners chained in a dark cavern, their eyes fixed on a wall where shadows dance. These shadows are all they have ever known. One day, a prisoner is freed and led into the sunlight, where they see the world as it truly is. At first, the light is blinding, painful, but eventually, they understand that the shadows were mere illusions. If they returned to the cave, would the others believe their account of the outside world? This story whispers to us about perception, reality, and the courage it takes to seek truth. The cave is warm and familiar, but the sunlight, though harsh at first, reveals a deeper beauty. Finally, let us rest in the gentle embrace of the infinite hotel, a thought experiment dreamed up by the mathematician David Hilbert. Imagine a hotel with an endless number of rooms, all occupied. A new guest arrives. Can they be accommodated? Surprisingly, yes. If each current guest moves to the room with the next number, 1 moves to 2, 2 moves to 3, and so on, room 1 becomes available. This playful paradox invites us to ponder the nature of infinity, a concept as vast and serene as the night sky. Infinity is not just a number, it is a horizon that recedes as we approach, a reminder that some truths are too vast to hold in the mind all at once. As these thought experiments drift through your mind like leaves on a quiet stream, notice how they do not demand answers. They simply invite you to wander, to wonder, and then to release. Philosophy, at its gentlest, is not about solving puzzles, but about deepening the questions, about resting in the mystery rather than rushing to dispel it. And so, as the night deepens and your eyelids grow heavy, let these ideas soften and blur at the edges. There is no need to grasp them tightly. Like the distant sound of waves or the faint scent of rain on the wind, they are here to accompany you into the quiet. The ship, the room, the trolley, the cave, the infinite hotel, they will all be here in the morning, waiting patiently as they have for centuries. For now, let your thoughts dissolve like sugar in warm tea. Let your breath slow, your body settle. The questions will keep, but this moment, this soft, silent now, is yours alone. Sleep is not a surrender to darkness, but a return to the quiet wisdom that lives beneath words, beneath thoughts, in the still center of your being. Rest now. The philosophy will remain, like the stars, constant and kind, watching over you as you drift into dreams. Like stars appearing one by one in the night sky, let us now illuminate another dimension of this philosophical question. Imagine for a moment a ship. Not just any ship, but a vessel that has sailed the seas for centuries, its wooden planks weathered by salt and wind. Over time, every single part of it has been replaced: the mast, the sails, the hull, even the nails that hold it together. And yet, it is still called by the same name, still recognized as the very same ship. How can this be? If nothing of the original remains, is it truly the same ship, or something entirely new? This is the Ship of Theseus, a paradox that has gently rocked the minds of philosophers for ages, inviting us to ponder the nature of identity and change. As you lie here, wrapped in the quiet of the night, consider this. Are you not like the ship? Your cells renew themselves over time. Your thoughts shift and evolve. Your experiences reshape you. And yet, you still feel like you asterisk, the same person who drifted off to sleep last night, the same soul who woke this morning. Where does this sense of continuity come from? Is it memory or something deeper, something intangible that persists beneath the surface of change? There are no urgent answers here, only the soft hum of the question itself, lulling you like a distant tide. Now let us wander to another puzzle, one that unfolds in a quiet room where a cat dozes in a box. This is no ordinary box, for it holds a peculiar mechanism, a vial of poison, a radioactive atom, and a device that may or may not trigger the vial's release until someone opens the box. The atom exists in a state of uncertainty, neither decayed nor intact. And so, the cat too exists in a strange limbo, neither alive nor dead, suspended in possibility. This is Schrödinger's cat, a thought experiment that whispers to us of the elusive nature of reality itself. Does the world only become solid when we observe it? Or does it hum along, definite and sure? Even when no one is looking, the question is tender, like the edge of a dream where things are neither fully real nor fully imagined. Perhaps, as you drift closer to sleep, the boundaries between observer and observed begin to soften. The room around you, the weight of the blankets, the rhythm of your breath, do they depend on your attention to exist? Or do they continue steady and sure, even as your awareness fades? There is comfort in not knowing, in letting the mystery linger like the last notes of a lullaby. And then there is the trolley, a heavy, rumbling thing on a track, hurtling toward 5 unsuspecting souls. You stand by a lever, knowing that if you pull it, the trolley will switch to another track where only one person stands. Do you intervene, becoming the cause of one death to save 5? Or do you refrain, allowing fate to take its course? This is the trolley problem, a quiet moral knot that tugs at the heart of ethics. But what if the choice were not so clear? What if the one person on the side track were someone you loved? What if pulling the lever required an act of personal sacrifice? The mind may try to calculate, to weigh lives like grains of sand, but the heart knows that some choices cannot be measured. As sleep draws near, perhaps the lesson is not in solving the puzzle, but in recognizing that morality, like twilight, is full of shifting shades, neither pure light nor pure dark. Let us step further back, into a cave where prisoners have lived since birth, chained in such a way that they can only see shadows cast upon the wall by a fire behind them. To them, these flickering shapes are the whole of reality. They know nothing of the world outside, of sunlight or trees or the faces of other people. This is Plato's cave, an allegory that asks us, what if our own understanding of reality is just as limited? What if the truths we hold dear are only shadows of something far greater. The thought is not unsettling, but expansive, like gazing up at a sky full of stars and feeling the vastness of the unknown. You, lying here in the dark, are like the prisoner who has glimpsed the mouth of the cave. The world you know is comfortable, familiar, but beyond it lies a brilliance you have yet to imagine. Sleep itself is a kind of cave, a place where the mind wanders beyond the limits of waking life, where dreams cast their own strange shadows. There is no need to fear the unknown, for it is in the unknown that wonder lives. Now let us visit a hotel with infinite rooms, each one occupied by a guest. A new traveler arrives, and the manager, unfazed, simply asks each guest to move to the room with the next number room. 1 moves to room 2, room 2 to room 3, and so on. This frees up room 1 for the newcomer, even though the hotel was already full. This is Hilbert's paradox of the Grand Hotel, a playful reminder that infinity is not like anything we encounter in daily life. How strange to think that something can be full and yet still have room. It is like the mind itself, which can feel overwhelmed one moment, and yet, with a shift in perspective, find space for something new. As you settle deeper into sleep, consider that your thoughts, too, may have this quality: endless, elastic, capable of holding contradictions without breaking. The worries of the day, the unanswered questions, the fleeting joys, they can all coexist like guests in an infinite hotel, none displacing the others. And so, as the night deepens and your eyelids grow heavy, let these ideas soften and blur at the edges. There is no need to grasp them tightly. Like the distant sound of waves or the faint scent of rain on the wind, they are here to accompany you into the quiet. The ship, the room, the trolley, the cave, the infinite hotel, they will all be here in the morning, waiting patiently as they have for centuries. For now, let your thoughts dissolve like sugar in warm tea. Let your breath slow, your body settle. The questions will keep, but this moment, this soft, silent now, is yours alone. Sleep is not a surrender to darkness, but a return to the quiet wisdom that lives beneath words, beneath thoughts, in the still center of your being. Rest now. The philosophy will remain, like the stars, constant and kind, watching over you as you drift into dreams. The tapestry of wisdom continues to unfold as we gently explore another philosophical territory. As the final whispers of thought settle like dust in the evening air, let us linger a little longer in this quiet space between wakefulness and sleep. The ideas we've wandered through tonight are not meant to be solved or conquered, but simply held like cupping water in your hands and watching it slowly slip through your fingers. There is a tenderness in letting go, in allowing the mind to soften, to release its grip on the need for answers. The great questions of existence, what it means to be, to choose, to love, to suffer, have been pondered for millennia, and they will remain long after we close our eyes. There is no urgency here, only the gentle invitation to rest. Consider how the weight of these thoughts feels in your body. Do they press lightly, like a blanket, or do they drift like mist, intangible and shifting? There is no right way to carry them. Philosophy, at its best, is not a burden but a companion, walking beside you in the dark, reminding you that you are not alone in your wandering. The ancients sat under the same stars, tracing the same lines of thought. And yet, each mind that turns toward these questions does so anew, with fresh eyes. What does it mean to you, in this moment, to be alive? Not in the grand, sweeping sense, but in the quiet, ordinary way, the rise and fall of your breath, the warmth of your body against the sheets, the faint hum of the world outside your window. Perhaps tonight, as you hover at the edge of sleep, you might let go of the need to define or understand. Instead, simply notice. Notice how your thoughts come and go, like clouds passing over the moon. Notice how the body knows, without being told, how to unwind, how to surrender to the pull of gravity, how to trust the night. There is a wisdom in this surrender, a kind of intelligence that does not live in words, but in the pulse of your blood, the rhythm of your heart. What if the deepest truths are not found in the answers we chase, but in the silence between them? What if the most profound philosophy is the one we live without thinking? The way a tree grows toward the light without questioning why. These are not questions to be answered now, but to be carried into sleep, where the mind works in its own mysterious ways, weaving dreams from the fragments of the day. Think of all the voices that have spoken these ideas before you, the philosophers, the poets, the seekers who sat by candlelight, wrestling with the same mysteries. They too knew the weight of the unanswerable, and yet they kept asking, kept wondering. There is something beautiful in that persistence, in the human refusal to stop reaching for meaning, even when the answers slip away like sand. And yet, there is also beauty in the release, in the moment when the mind finally lets go and allows itself to be carried by the tide of sleep. Tonight, you are part of that long, unbroken line of wanderers, and just as those who came before you found rest, so too can you. The questions will keep. The stars will keep their watch. The world will turn in its slow, patient way. So let your breathing deepen. Let your muscles soften. Let the weight of the day dissolve into the mattress beneath you. There is nothing to solve here, nothing to prove. Only the quiet acknowledgement that you are here now, in this moment, and that is enough. The universe does not demand your understanding, only your presence. And as you drift, you might imagine yourself as a leaf floating on a slow-moving river, carried by currents older than memory. There is no need to steer, no need to resist. The river knows where it's going. You can trust it to carry you. The same force that guides the planets in their orbits, that pulls the tide to shore, that whispers through the leaves of the trees, that force is also holding you. You are not separate from it. You are part of it, as surely as the air in your lungs is part of the sky. If a thought arises, acknowledge it, then let it go. Imagine placing it on a leaf watching it float away downstream. There is no need to chase it. The mind, like the river, knows how to clear itself. And so, as the night wraps around you like a soft cloak, know that you are exactly where you are meant to be. The day has done its work. The night will do its own. Your only task now is to rest, to surrender to the quiet intelligence of your body, to trust that sleep will come when it's ready. May your dreams be gentle, your sleep deep and restoring. May you wake with the soft light of dawn, refreshed and open to whatever the new day brings. But for now, let go. The world will keep turning without you for a few hours. The stars will keep their watch. The questions will wait. Sleep well, dear wanderer. The philosophy will be here when you return. If you remove one grain of sand from a heap, is it still a heap? Of course, it is. But if you keep removing grains, one by one, at what point does the heap cease to be a heap? This paradox, attributed to the ancient Greek philosopher Eubulides, challenges our understanding of vague concepts and categories. It reveals how language often fails to capture the fluidity of the world around us. The paradox is named after the Greek word sorrows, meaning heap, and it has puzzled thinkers for centuries. It highlights the difficulty of defining precise thresholds for concepts that seem intuitive but are inherently fuzzy. Is a single grain of sand a heap? Surely not. But where exactly does the transition occur? The paradox suggests that there is no clear answer, and this ambiguity can feel both unsettling and strangely comforting. As you drift into sleep, consider how this paradox mirrors the gentle, gradual transitions in life. Just as a heap slowly dissolves grain by grain, so too do our days and nights flow into one another, without sharp edges or clear boundaries. The paradox invites us to embrace the softness of uncertainty, to let go of the need for rigid definitions, and to find peace in the in-between spaces. And so, as you rest, let this thought linger. If a heap can vanish one grain at a time, what other certainties in life might dissolve just as quietly, just as gently, into the vastness of the unknown? Imagine a ship, weathered by time and countless voyages, its planks worn and splintered. Over the years, each piece of the ship is replaced, one by one, until not a single original plank remains. Is it still the same ship? This is the essence of the Ship of Theseus, a paradox that has puzzled thinkers for centuries. The ancient Greek philosopher Plutarch first posed this question, and it has since become a cornerstone of philosophical inquiry into identity and change. As you drift into relaxation, consider this. If every part of something is replaced, does it retain its original essence? The paradox invites us to reflect on what makes something truly itself. Is it the materials, the form, or something more intangible? Over time, even our own bodies replace their cells, yet we still feel like the same person. The Ship of Theseus gently nudges us to ponder the nature of continuity and transformation. In the 17th century, Thomas Hobbes added another layer to the paradox. He asked, if all the original planks were gathered and reassembled into a ship, which one would be the true ship of Theseus, the one with all new parts, or the one rebuilt from the original pieces? This twist deepens the mystery, inviting us to consider whether identity is tied to history or to the present moment. As you settle into the quiet of the night, let this paradox float through your mind like a gentle wave. What does it mean to remain the same while constantly changing? Is identity something fixed? Or is it a flowing river, always the same yet never the same? Let these thoughts carry you into a peaceful, restful sleep. The paradox of the heap, also known as the Sorites paradox, invites us to ponder the nature of boundaries and the limits of language. It comes from the Greek word saros, meaning heap, and was first explored by the ancient philosopher Eubulides of Miletus. The paradox begins with a simple question. If you remove one grain of sand from a heap, is it still a heap? Most would say yes. But if you continue removing grains, one by one, at what point does the heap cease to be a heap? The problem lies in the fact that there is no clear moment when the heap becomes a non-heap. This paradox challenges our understanding of categories and how we define things in the world. The Sorites paradox reveals the vagueness inherent in language and thought. It shows how our definitions often rely on fuzzy boundaries rather than precise distinctions. For example, when does a collection of grains become a heap? Is it 100 grains? 50? 10? The paradox suggests that there is no definitive answer, and this uncertainty can feel both unsettling and strangely comforting. It reminds us that much of life exists in shades of gray, not black and white. As you drift into sleep, consider this. Perhaps the beauty of the paradox lies in its invitation to embrace uncertainty. Life, like a heap of sand, is made up of countless small moments, each one seemingly insignificant on its own, yet together they form something meaningful. What if the boundaries we seek are not meant to be rigid, but fluid, allowing us to find peace in the in-between? As you rest, let the grains of thought settle gently and wonder, where does one moment end and the next begin? The paradox of the heap, also known as the Sorites paradox, invites us to ponder the boundaries of language and reality. It begins with a simple question. If you remove one grain of sand from a heap, is it still a heap? At first, the answer seems obvious. Yes, of course. But if you continue removing grains, one by one, at what point does the heap cease to be a heap? This paradox, attributed to the ancient Greek philosopher Eubulides, challenges our understanding of vague concepts and categories. The word heap is imprecise. It doesn't specify an exact number of grains, and yet we use it confidently in everyday life. The paradox reveals how language often relies on fuzzy boundaries, even when we assume it to be clear. If you remove one grain at a time, there's no definitive moment when the heap transforms into a non-heap. This gradual shift forces us to question whether categories like heap truly exist in the world, or if they are merely constructs of our minds. Philosophers have debated this paradox for centuries, exploring its implications for logic, language, and even ethics. Some suggest that vagueness is an inherent part of reality, while others argue that our language simply fails to capture precise distinctions. Either way, the paradox invites us to reflect on how we make sense of the world. As you drift into sleep, consider this. If a heap can dissolve grain by grain, what other certainties in your life might be built on similarly shifting foundations? And if the boundaries are so unclear, does it matter where we draw the line? Let these thoughts gently fade as you relax, allowing the paradox to dissolve like grains of sand in the wind. Imagine a ship, sturdy and well-loved, setting sail across the vast ocean. Over time, its planks begin to wear, and one by one, they are replaced. First, the mast is swapped for a new one. Then the sails are patched and eventually replaced entirely. Years pass, and every single part of the ship has been replaced, piece by piece. Now, here's the question. Is it still the same ship? This is the essence of the Ship of Theseus, a paradox that has puzzled thinkers for centuries. The paradox is named after the mythical Greek hero Theseus, whose ship was preserved by the Athenians as a historical artifact. Philosophers like Plutarch and later Thomas Hobbes used this thought experiment to explore the nature of identity and continuity. If every part of an object is replaced, does it retain its original identity, or does it become something entirely new? Some argue that the ship remains the same because its form and function are preserved, even as its materials change. Others suggest that it becomes a new ship entirely, as none of the original components remain. And then there are those who propose that identity is not tied to physical parts at all, but to something more abstract, like memory or purpose. As you drift toward sleep, let this paradox gently float through your mind. What makes you you? If every cell in your body is replaced over time, are you still the same person? Or are we all, like the Ship of Theseus, constantly changing, yet somehow still whole? Let the waves of this ancient question carry you into a peaceful, restful slumber. Imagine a ship, weathered by time and countless voyages, its planks worn and replaced one by one over the years. This is the Ship of Theseus, a paradox that has puzzled thinkers for centuries. The question it raises is simple yet profound. If every part of the ship is replaced, is it still the same ship? The ancient Greek philosopher Plutarch first posed this question, and it has since become a cornerstone of discussions about identity and change. As you drift into relaxation, consider this. If the ship is no longer the same, at what point did it cease to be the original? Was it when the first plank was replaced, or the last? Or perhaps it remained the same all along, its essence unchanged despite the shifting parts. This paradox invites us to reflect on what makes something truly itself. Is it the materials, the form, or something more intangible, like its history or purpose? Now, let your mind wander further. Think of yourself, your body, your thoughts, your experiences. Over time, your cells regenerate, your ideas evolve, and your memories shift. Are you still the same person you were years ago? The Ship of Theseus gently nudges us to ponder the nature of continuity and transformation, not just in objects, but in ourselves. As you settle deeper into rest, let this thought linger softly in your mind. If change is constant, what remains unchanged? And if nothing does, what does that mean for the things and people we hold dear? Sleep now, and let the waves of this ancient paradox carry you into peaceful dreams. The paradox of the heap, also known as the Sorites paradox, invites us to ponder the boundaries of language and perception. It originates from the ancient Greek word "soros," meaning heap, and was first explored by the philosopher Eubulides of Miletus in the 4th century BCE. The paradox begins with a simple question. If you remove one grain of sand from a heap, is it still a heap? Remove another grain, and another, and at what point does the heap cease to be a heap? There is no clear line where a collection of grains transitions from being a heap to not being a heap. This paradox challenges our understanding of categories and definitions, revealing how language often fails to capture the fluidity of reality. The Sorites paradox extends beyond heaps of sand. It applies to countless everyday concepts: baldness, tallness, even the passage of time. When does a child become an adult? When does day turn into night? These questions highlight the limitations of human language and thought, which often rely on sharp distinctions in a world that is inherently continuous and ambiguous. As you drift into sleep, consider this. Perhaps the boundaries we create are not in the world itself, but in the way we perceive and describe it. What if the world is not made of clear-cut categories, but of endless shades and transitions? And if so, how might embracing this fluidity change the way you see the world around you? Let this gentle paradox carry you into a restful slumber, where the lines between waking and dreaming blur, just as the grains of sand in a heap. Tonight, let's drift into the quiet mystery of the Ship of Theseus, a paradox that has puzzled thinkers for centuries. Imagine a ship belonging to the mythical hero Theseus, sailing the seas. Over time, its planks begin to rot, and one by one, they are replaced. Eventually, every single piece of the ship has been swapped out for new material. Here's the question: is it still the same ship, or has it become something entirely new? This paradox invites us to ponder the nature of identity and change. If every part of something is replaced, does it retain its original essence? The ancient Greek philosopher Plutarch first posed this question, and it has since been explored by countless thinkers, from Thomas Hobbes to modern-day philosophers. Some argue that the ship remains the same because its form and function persist, while others believe it becomes a different entity altogether, as none of its original components remain. Now, let's take this idea a step further. Imagine that someone collected all the old, discarded planks and reassembled them into a ship. Would that be the original ship of Theseus? Suddenly, we're faced with two ships, each claiming a connection to the original. Which one holds the true identity? As you rest here, consider this. Are we, like the ship of Theseus, constantly changing? Our cells regenerate, our thoughts evolve, and our experiences shape us. Yet, we still feel like the same person. What is it then that makes us who we are? Is it the parts, the whole, or something intangible that persists through time? Let this gentle question carry you into a peaceful sleep, where the boundaries of identity and change blur into the softness of dreams. Imagine a ship, weathered by time and countless voyages, its planks worn and replaced one by one. Now picture this. If every single part of the ship is replaced over the years, is it still the same ship? This is the essence of the Ship of Theseus, a paradox that has puzzled thinkers for centuries. Named after the mythical king Theseus, whose ship was preserved in Athens, the paradox invites us to ponder the nature of identity and change. If every plank, sail, and nail is replaced, does the ship retain its original essence, or has it become something entirely new? The ancient Greek philosopher Plutarch first posed this question, and it has since been revisited by countless minds, from Thomas Hobbes to modern-day thinkers. Some argue that the ship remains the same because its form and purpose endure, even as its materials change. Others suggest that it becomes a different ship entirely, as none of its original components remain. The paradox gently nudges us to consider what truly defines an object, or even a person. Are we the same as we were years ago, when every cell in our body has been replaced? As you drift toward sleep, let this paradox float through your mind like a ship on calm waters. Consider the things in your life that have changed over time: your thoughts, your surroundings, even your body. What remains constant? What makes you, you? And as you ponder this, let the gentle waves of thought carry you into a peaceful, restful slumber. The paradox of the heap, also known as the Sorites paradox, invites us to ponder the boundaries of language and perception. It begins with a simple question. If you remove one grain of sand from a heap, is it still a heap? At first, the answer seems obvious. Yes, of course. But what if you remove another grain, and another, and another? At what point does the heap cease to be a heap? This paradox, attributed to the ancient Greek philosopher Eubulides, challenges our understanding of vague concepts and the limits of definition. The word heap is imprecise. It doesn't specify an exact number of grains, and yet we use it confidently in everyday life. The paradox reveals how language often relies on fuzzy boundaries, even when we assume it to be clear. If we try to define a heap with a specific number of grains, we run into trouble. Is Is 1,000 grains a heap? What about 999? The difference is negligible. Yet, if we follow this logic, we might conclude that even a single grain of sand could be called a heap, a conclusion that feels absurd. This paradox isn't just about sand or heaps. It's about how we categorize the world. It asks us to consider how we draw lines between things, even when those lines are inherently blurry. Philosophers have debated this for centuries, exploring whether vagueness is a flaw in language or an unavoidable feature of reality. As you drift toward sleep, let this paradox gently remind you of the beauty in uncertainty. The world is full of things that resist clear definitions, and perhaps that's what makes it so rich and mysterious. Can you think of something in your life that defies easy categorization? And does it matter if it does? Let the soft edges of this thought carry you into restful slumber. The paradox of the heap, also known as the Sorites paradox, invites us to ponder the boundaries of language and perception. It begins with a simple question. If you remove 1 grain of sand from a heap, is it still a heap? Remove another grain, and another, and another. At what point does the heap cease to be a heap? This paradox, attributed to the ancient Greek philosopher Eubulides, challenges our understanding of vague concepts and categories. It reveals how language often fails to capture the fluidity of reality, leaving us with questions about where one thing ends and another begins. The paradox is not just about heaps or grains of sand. It applies to countless everyday concepts: baldness, tallness, even the passage of time. When does a collection of stars become a constellation? When does a child become an adult? These questions have no clear answers, and that's the heart of the paradox. It reminds us that much of what we take for granted is built on shifting, uncertain foundations. Philosophers have wrestled with this paradox for centuries, offering solutions ranging from precise definitions to embracing the inherent vagueness of language. Yet, the paradox endures, a quiet reminder of the mysteries woven into the fabric of our thoughts. As you drift toward sleep, let this paradox gently settle in your mind. Consider the boundaries in your own life, the moments, the changes, the transitions. Where do you draw the line, and why? And perhaps, as you close your eyes, you might wonder, is the line even there at all? The paradox of the heap, also known as the Sorites paradox, invites us to ponder the boundaries of language and perception. It originates from the ancient Greek word saros, meaning heap, and was first explored by the philosopher Eubulides of Miletus in the 4th century BCE. The paradox begins with a simple question. If you remove 1 grain of sand from a heap, is it still a heap? Most would say yes. But if you continue removing grains one by one, at what point does the heap cease to be a heap? There is no clear line where a collection of grains transitions from being a heap to not being a heap. This paradox challenges our understanding of categories and definitions. It reveals how language, while useful, often fails to capture the fluidity and complexity of reality. We rely on words to describe the world, but those words can sometimes obscure the subtle gradations that exist between one state and another. The heap paradox reminds us that many concepts we take for granted, like tall, old, or rich, are not as precise as they seem. As you drift into sleep, consider this. How do we navigate a world where so much of what we know is built on shifting sands of language and perception? Is it possible to find certainty, or must we learn to embrace the ambiguity that surrounds us? Let these questions gently dissolve into the quiet of the night, allowing your mind to rest in the soft, undefined spaces between thought and dream. The paradox of the heap, also known as the Sorites paradox, invites us to ponder the boundaries of language and perception. It originates from the ancient Greek word saros, meaning heap, and was first explored by the philosopher Eubulides of Miletus in the 4th century BCE. The paradox begins with a simple question. If you have a heap of sand and remove one grain, is it still a heap? Remove another grain, and another, and another. At what point does the heap cease to be a heap? This paradox challenges our understanding of categories and definitions. It reveals how language, though precise in some ways, can be frustratingly vague in others. We rely on words like heap to describe the world, but these words often lack clear boundaries. Is a heap defined by a specific number of grains? Or is it something more abstract, tied to our perception? The paradox gently nudges us to consider how much of our reality is shaped by the way we choose to describe it. As you drift into sleep, let this paradox remind you of the fluidity of thought and the beauty of uncertainty. The world is full of boundaries that seem solid, but are, in truth, as shifting as grains of sand. And perhaps that's okay. Perhaps the mystery of where one thing ends and another begins is part of what makes life so rich and layered. So tonight, as you rest, consider this. If a heap can dissolve grain by grain, what other certainties in your life might be softer, more malleable than they appear, and how might that thought bring you a little more peace? Imagine a ship, ancient and weathered, sailing across the vast ocean. Over time, every plank of wood, every nail, and every sail is replaced, piece by piece, until nothing of the original ship remains. Is it still the same ship? This is the essence of the Ship of Theseus, a paradox that has puzzled thinkers for centuries. Named after the mythical king Theseus, the paradox invites us to ponder the nature of identity and continuity. If every part of something is replaced, does it retain its original essence, or does it become something entirely new? The paradox was first recorded by the ancient Greek philosopher Plutarch, who used it to explore questions of change and permanence. Later, thinkers like Thomas Hobbes added another layer. If all the original parts were gathered and reassembled into a ship, would that be the true Ship of Theseus? The paradox challenges us to consider what makes something fundamentally itself. Is it the materials, the form, or something more intangible, like its history or purpose? As you drift into sleep, let this paradox gently float through your mind. Think of how you, too, are constantly changing. Your cells renew, your thoughts evolve, and your experiences shape you. Yet, you still feel like you. What is it that holds your sense of self together? Is it your memories, your body, or something deeper? Something unchanging beneath the surface? Let these questions soften your thoughts, like waves lapping against the shore, carrying you into a peaceful, restful sleep. Imagine a ship, weathered by time, its planks worn and splintered. Over the years, each piece of the ship is replaced, one by one, until not a single original plank remains. Is it still the same ship? This is the essence of the Ship of Theseus, a paradox that has puzzled thinkers for centuries. Named after the mythical king Theseus, whose ship was preserved in Athens, the paradox invites us to ponder the nature of identity and continuity. If every part of something is replaced, does it retain its original essence? Or does it become something entirely new? The ancient Greek philosopher Plutarch first posed this question, but it has echoed through the ages, inspiring countless interpretations. Some argue that the ship remains the same because its form and function persist, even as its material changes. Others suggest that identity is tied to the original components, and once those are gone, so too is the ship's true self. The paradox extends beyond ships, touching on questions of personal identity. Are we the same person we were years ago, even as our cells regenerate and our experiences reshape us? As you drift into sleep, consider this. If every part of you has changed over time, what remains constant? Is there a core essence that defines who you are? Or are you a collection of ever-shifting parts, like the Ship of Theseus, sailing through the currents of existence? Let this gentle paradox carry you into a peaceful rest, where the boundaries of identity blur and the waves of thought dissolve into the quiet of the night. The paradox of the heap, also known as the Sorites paradox, invites us to ponder the nature of boundaries and the limits of language. It was first introduced by the ancient Greek philosopher Eubulides, who asked a simple yet perplexing question. If you remove one grain of sand from a heap, is it still a heap? And if you continue removing grains one by one, at what point does the heap cease to be a heap? The paradox challenges our understanding of categories and definitions, revealing how language struggles to capture the fluidity of reality. Imagine a pile of sand, warm and golden under the sun. It feels solid, definite, a heap. But as you gently take away one grain, then another, and another, the heap remains. Or does it? At what precise moment does it transform into something else? A smaller pile, a scattering, or just a few grains? The paradox lies in the fact that there is no clear line, no single grain whose removal definitively changes the heap into a non-heap. It's a gradual, almost imperceptible shift, like the fading of daylight into dusk. This paradox invites us to reflect on how we define things in the world. Are categories like heap, or bald, or tall truly fixed? Or are they fluid constructs of our minds? The ancient Greeks used this paradox to explore the nature of vagueness and the limits of human understanding. It reminds us that much of life exists in shades of gray, in the spaces between clear-cut definitions. As you drift toward sleep, consider this. If a heap can dissolve grain by grain, what other certainties in your life might be more fluid than they seem? What boundaries, once thought solid, might gently blur as you rest? The paradox of the heap, also known as the Sorites paradox, invites us to ponder the nature of boundaries and the limits of language. It begins with a simple question. If you remove one grain of sand from a heap, is it still a heap? Remove another grain, and another, and another. At what point does the heap cease to be a heap? This paradox, attributed to the ancient Greek philosopher Eubulides, challenges our understanding of vague concepts and the way we categorize the world around us. The word heap is imprecise, and yet we use it effortlessly in everyday life. But when we try to define it strictly, the boundaries blur. If a heap is made of 1,000 grains, is 999 still a heap? What about 500? Or 10? The paradox reveals the difficulty of drawing clear lines in a world filled with gradual transitions. It reminds us that language, while powerful, often relies on approximations and shared understanding rather than absolute definitions. This paradox has fascinated philosophers for centuries, from the Stoics to modern thinkers, as it touches on deeper questions about identity, change, and the nature of reality. It invites us to consider how we make sense of a world that is often fluid and uncertain, where categories are not always as clear-cut as we might like. As you drift into sleep, let this paradox gently remind you of the beauty in ambiguity. Perhaps the world is not meant to be neatly divided into heaps and non-heaps, but rather experienced as a continuous, flowing whole. What if, instead of seeking sharp boundaries, we embraced the soft edges of life, where one thing blends into another, and definitions are as fluid as the grains of sand in a shifting heap? Imagine a ship, sturdy and timeless, sailing across the endless sea. Over the years, its planks of wood begin to rot, one by one, and are replaced. First, the mast is swapped, then the deck, then the hull, until every single part of the ship has been replaced. Is it still the same ship? This is the essence of the Ship of Theseus, a paradox that has puzzled thinkers for centuries. Named after the mythical king Theseus, whose ship was preserved by the Athenians, the paradox invites us to ponder the nature of identity and change. If every part of something is replaced, does it remain fundamentally the same? Or does it become something entirely new? The ancient Greek philosopher Plutarch first posed this question, but it has echoed through the ages, inspiring countless interpretations. Some argue that the ship remains the same because its form and purpose endure, while others insist that it becomes a new entity altogether. As none of its original components remain, the paradox extends beyond ships, inviting us to consider our own lives. Our bodies replace cells constantly. Our thoughts and beliefs evolve, and yet we still feel like the same person. What then defines our identity? Is it the continuity of our experiences, or something deeper, something unchanging? As you drift toward sleep, let this paradox gently float through your mind. Consider the ship, its journey, and the quiet waves that carry it. What does it mean to remain the same while constantly changing? And as you close your eyes, ask yourself, are you still the same person you were when you began listening to this story? The Ship of Theseus is a paradox that has gently puzzled minds for centuries, inviting us to reflect on identity and change. Imagine an ancient ship belonging to the mythical hero Theseus. Over time, its planks begin to rot, and one by one, they are replaced. Eventually, every single part of the ship has been swapped out. Is it still the same ship? If not, at what point did it stop being the Ship of Theseus? This question, first posed by the ancient Greek philosopher Plutarch, invites us to consider what makes something truly itself. Is it the materials, the form, or something more intangible, like its history or essence? Now, let's take it a step further. Imagine that someone collected all the original planks that were removed and reassembled them into a ship. Would that now be the true Ship of Theseus? Suddenly, we have two ships, each with a claim to being the original. This paradox gently nudges us to think about the nature of identity over time. Are we, like the ship, defined by our parts, or is there something deeper, something unchanging, that makes us who we are? As you drift into sleep, consider this. If every cell in your body is replaced over time, are you still the same person you were years ago? Or are you, like the Ship of Theseus, a beautiful mystery, constantly changing, yet somehow still you? Let this thought carry you into a peaceful rest, where questions like these can float gently in your mind, like waves on a calm sea. The paradox of the heap, also known as the Sorites paradox, is a gentle puzzle that has puzzled thinkers for centuries. It comes from the Greek word saros, meaning heap, and was first explored by the ancient philosopher Eubulides. The paradox begins with a simple question. If you have a heap of sand and you remove one grain, is it still a heap? Remove another grain, and another, and another. At what point does the heap cease to be a heap? The problem lies in the fact that there's no clear boundary, no single grain that makes the difference between a heap and not a heap. It's a paradox that challenges our understanding of categories and boundaries, inviting us to wonder how we define things in the first place. This paradox isn't just about sand or heaps, though. It applies to many aspects of life. When does a collection of stars become a galaxy? When does a series of moments become a lifetime? The Sorites paradox reminds us that the world is full of gradual changes, and our attempts to categorize it are often fuzzy and imprecise. It's a quiet reminder that not everything can be neatly defined, and that's okay. As you drift toward sleep, consider this. Perhaps the beauty of life lies in its fluidity, in the way things blend and shift without clear edges. What if, instead of seeking sharp definitions, we embraced the soft, gradual transitions that make up our world? What might that teach us about how we see ourselves and the world around us? Let these thoughts gently carry you into rest, like grains of sand slipping through your fingers. The paradox of the heap, also known as the Sorites paradox, invites us to ponder the boundaries of meaning and definition. It originates from the ancient Greek word saros, meaning heap, and was first explored by the philosopher Eubulides of Miletus in the 4th century BCE. The paradox begins with a simple question. If you have a heap of sand and remove one grain, is it still a heap? Remove another grain, and another, and another. At what point does the heap cease to be a heap? The problem lies in the vagueness of language. There is no clear line where a heap becomes a non-heap. Yet, we intuitively understand the difference between the two. This paradox challenges our understanding of categories and how we define the world around us. It reveals the fluidity of language and the difficulty of drawing sharp boundaries in a world full of gradual transitions. Is a single grain of sand a heap? Surely not. But when does the transition occur? The paradox gently nudges us to consider how much of our understanding relies on fuzzy, subjective distinctions rather than absolute truths. As you drift into sleep, let this paradox linger in your mind like a soft, shifting cloud. Reflect on the boundaries in your own life. Where do you draw the lines between one state and another? And perhaps, as you rest, consider this. If change is so gradual, can we ever truly pinpoint the moment something becomes something else? The paradox of the heap, also known as the Sorites paradox, invites us to ponder the nature of boundaries and change. It originates from the ancient Greek word saros, meaning heap, and was first explored by the philosopher Eubulides of Miletus in the 4th century BCE. The paradox begins with a simple question. If you have a heap of sand and remove one grain, is it still a heap? Most would say yes. But if you continue removing grains one by one, at what point does the heap cease to be a heap? Is there a precise moment when it transforms into something else? This paradox challenges our understanding of categories and definitions. It reveals how language and logic struggle to capture the fluidity of reality. We often rely on vague terms like heap to describe the world, but these terms break down when we examine them closely. The paradox suggests that there is no clear line between a heap and a non-heap, just as there may be no clear line between day and night, or between youth and old age. The Sorites paradox invites us to reflect on the nature of change itself. Is change a series of abrupt shifts, Or is it a gradual, imperceptible process? It also raises questions about how we define things in our lives. What makes something what it is? And when does it become something else? As you drift into sleep, consider this. If change is so gradual that we cannot pinpoint its exact moment, how do we know when we ourselves have changed? Are we the same person we were yesterday? Or have we become something new, one grain at a time? Let this gentle thought carry you into a peaceful rest. The paradox of the heap, also known as the Sorites paradox, invites us to ponder the boundaries of language and perception. It begins with a simple question. If you remove one grain of sand from a heap, is it still a heap? At first, the answer seems obvious. Yes, of course. But if you continue removing grains, one by one, at what point does the heap cease to be a heap? This paradox, attributed to the ancient Greek philosopher Eubulides, challenges our understanding of vague concepts and the limits of definition. The word heap is imprecise. It lacks clear boundaries, yet we use it effortlessly in everyday life. The paradox reveals how language often relies on fuzzy categories, even when we assume precision. It's a gentle reminder that much of what we take for granted, like the meaning of words, rests on shifting sands. Over centuries, thinkers have grappled with this paradox, exploring its implications for logic, language, and even ethics. How do we define anything when the edges are so unclear? As you drift toward sleep, consider this. Perhaps the paradox of the heap isn't just about sand or language, but about the nature of change itself. Life is full of gradual shifts, moments where one small step transforms something entirely. What might this mean for the way you see the world, or even yourself? Is there a single grain that makes all the difference? Or is it the accumulation of tiny changes that shape who we are? Let this thought carry you into rest, like grains of sand slipping through an hourglass, marking the passage of time in quiet, imperceptible ways. As we reach the final paradox in our journey, let us rest with the Ship of Theseus, a thought experiment that has puzzled minds for centuries. Imagine a ship belonging to the mythical hero Theseus. Over time, each plank of the ship is replaced, one by one, until none of the original wood remains. Is it still the same ship? If not, at what point did it cease to be the Ship of Theseus? This paradox invites us to ponder the nature of identity and change, a question that has echoed through the works of philosophers like Thomas Hobbes and John Locke. Locke, in particular, used this paradox to explore the idea of personal identity. If our bodies and minds are constantly changing, are we still the same person we were years ago? The Ship of Theseus gently nudges us to consider what makes something or someone truly themselves. Is it the material, the form, or something more intangible? As you drift toward sleep, let this paradox float through your mind like a ship on calm waters. Does the essence of something lie in its parts or in the whole? And if everything is in flux, what remains constant? Perhaps the answer is not as important as the quiet wonder the question inspires. Let it carry you into rest, where thoughts dissolve like waves into the shore. What, after all, is the essence of you? As you lie here, slowly letting go of the day, the stars that fade today may one day shine again, and the galaxies that drift apart may one day gather close. What does it mean for us, tiny beings in this vast cosmic rhythm, to live in a universe that breathes in and out, over and over? Does it bring comfort to think of existence as an endless cycle? Or does it stir a deeper curiosity about the nature of time and space? Let this thought carry you gently into rest, as the universe itself might rest for a moment before its next great expansion. Next topic: the paradox of the cyclic universe. The universe repeats itself endlessly. As the universe expands and contracts, like the gentle rise and fall of a breath, it whispers the possibility of an endless rhythm, a cycle where each ending becomes the quiet beginning of something familiar, yet eternally new. Imagine a universe that never truly ends, but instead cycles endlessly, like a cosmic heartbeat. This is the essence of the paradox of the cyclic universe, a concept that suggests the cosmos is caught in an infinite loop of birth, expansion, collapse, and rebirth. It's a soothing thought, isn't it? The idea that everything we know, stars, galaxies, even time itself, might one day dissolve, only to begin again, fresh and new. This idea has ancient roots, even in Hindu cosmology. The concept of kalpas describes immense cycles of creation and destruction, each lasting billions of years. These ancient thinkers saw the universe as a grand, rhythmic dance, endlessly repeating its steps. Modern physics has flirted with this idea too. Some theories suggest that the Big Bang, which we often think of as the beginning of everything, might not be a singular event. Instead, it could be one in an infinite series of cosmic expansions and contractions. Picture it, a universe that breathes in and out, over and over, forever. As you drift toward sleep, let this thought settle gently in your mind. If the universe is truly cyclic, then every moment, every star, every breath you take has happened before and will happen again. Does that make life more meaningful or less? Or does it simply remind us that existence itself is a beautiful, mysterious rhythm? Now, let your thoughts drift to the next paradox, where the universe has no beginning or end at all. Next topic: the paradox of the steady state theory. The universe has no beginning or end. As we ponder the endless cycles of the universe, repeating like the gentle rhythm of waves, we might also consider the quiet stillness of a cosmos that simply is asterisk, a universe without beginning or end, forever unfolding in its own timeless embrace. Imagine a universe that has always been here, stretching endlessly in all directions, with no beginning and no end. This is the essence of the steady state theory, a philosophical and scientific idea that challenges our understanding of time and existence, unlike the Big Bang theory, which suggests the universe began at a specific point. The steady-state theory proposes that the universe is eternal, unchanging, and infinite. It's a concept that invites us to let go of the need for a starting point, to rest in the idea that the cosmos simply is. This theory was first proposed in the mid-20th century by astronomers Fred Hoyle, Thomas Gold, and Hermann Bondi. They imagined a universe where matter is continuously created to maintain a constant density, even as the universe expands. It's a delicate balance, like a cosmic dance that never falters, never ends. While the steady-state theory has largely been replaced by the Big Bang model in modern cosmology, its philosophical implications remain fascinating. It asks us to consider a reality without edges, without boundaries, where time flows like an endless river. As you drift into sleep, let your mind wander into this infinite expanse. What would it mean to exist in a universe without a beginning or end? Would it feel comforting, like being cradled in an eternal embrace, or unsettling, like floating in an endless sea? The steady-state theory invites us to release our need for answers and simply rest in the mystery of existence. Now, as we prepare to explore another cosmic puzzle, consider this. If the universe is infinite, why does the night sky appear so dark? Next topic, the paradox of Olber's paradox. Why is the night sky dark if the universe is infinite? As we rest in the quiet stillness of a universe without beginning or end, let us turn our gaze to the night sky, where the infinite expanse holds a gentle mystery. Why, in a cosmos without bounds, does darkness cradle the stars? Imagine lying under a vast, endless night sky, stars scattered like tiny pinpricks of light. Now, consider this. If the universe is infinite, shouldn't the night sky be completely filled with light? Every direction you look, there should be a star, a galaxy, something glowing. Yet, the sky remains dark, a deep, velvety black. This is the essence of Olber's paradox, named after the 19th century astronomer Heinrich Wilhelm Olbers. Though the question had puzzled thinkers long before him, the paradox arises from a simple yet profound idea. If the universe is infinite and filled with an infinite number of stars, then no matter where you look, your line of sight should eventually land on a star. The entire sky should shine as brightly as the surface of the sun. But it doesn't. So, why is the night sky dark? Over time, scientists and philosophers have proposed answers. One key idea is that the universe is not infinitely old. It had a beginning. Light from the most distant stars hasn't had enough time to reach us yet. Another explanation is that the universe is expanding, stretching the light from distant stars into wavelengths we can't see, like infrared or radio waves. As you ponder this, let your mind drift into the quiet mystery of the cosmos. The darkness above is not just an absence of light, but a reminder of the vastness and complexity of existence. It invites us to wonder what else lies hidden in the depths of the universe, waiting to be discovered. Now, let's gently shift our thoughts to another cosmic mystery. Next topic: the paradox of the dark matter. Invisible matter makes up most of the universe. As we ponder the vast darkness of the night sky, let us gently shift our thoughts to another mystery: the unseen presence that fills the universe, dark matter, quietly shaping the cosmos in ways we are only beginning to understand. Imagine for a moment that everything you see around you, the stars, the planets, the trees, even your own hands, is just a tiny fraction of what truly exists. Scientists tell us that the visible universe, the part we can observe and touch, makes up only about 5% of everything. The rest, it's something we cannot see, something mysterious and elusive: dark matter. This invisible substance doesn't emit light or energy, yet it holds galaxies together, shaping the very fabric of the cosmos. It's as if the universe is a grand stage, and most of the actors are hidden in the shadows, unseen but essential. The idea of dark matter first emerged in the 1930s when astronomer Fritz Zwicky noticed that galaxies were moving in ways that couldn't be explained by the gravity of visible matter alone. Later, in the 1970s, Vera Rubin's observations of spinning galaxies confirmed this strange phenomenon. Yet, despite decades of research, dark matter remains one of the greatest mysteries of modern science. It's a reminder that the universe is far more complex and enigmatic than we often assume. Philosophically, dark matter invites us to ponder the nature of reality itself. How much of existence lies beyond our perception? What else might be out there, invisible yet profoundly influential? It's a humbling thought, one that gently nudges us to consider the limits of human understanding. As you drift into sleep, let this paradox linger in your mind. What if the unseen is just as real, just as important as what we can see? And what might that mean for the mysteries we encounter in our own lives? Next topic: the paradox of the dark energy. A mysterious force accelerates the universe's expansion. As we ponder the unseen threads of dark matter weaving through the cosmos, let us drift gently toward another mystery: the quiet, relentless pull of dark energy, stretching the universe ever outward, like a breath that never ends. The paradox of the dark energy invites us to ponder one of the most profound mysteries of the cosmos. Imagine the universe as an ever-expanding canvas, stretching outward in all directions. For decades, scientists believed this expansion was slowing down, pulled by the gravitational forces of galaxies, stars, and dark matter. But in the late 1990s, observations of distant supernovae revealed something astonishing. The universe is not just expanding, it's accelerating. This discovery, attributed to astronomers like Saul Perlmutter, Brian Schmidt, and Adam Rees, introduced the concept of dark energy, a mysterious force that seems to push the universe apart. dark energy is invisible, intangible, and makes up about 68% of the universe's total energy. Yet, despite its dominance, we know almost nothing about it. It doesn't interact with light or matter in any way we can detect directly. It simply exists, quietly shaping the fate of the cosmos. Philosophers and scientists alike have wrestled with the implications of this force. Is it a property of space itself, as Einstein's cosmological constant once suggested? Or is it something entirely new, a fundamental aspect of reality we have yet to understand? This paradox challenges our understanding of existence. How can something so vast and influential remain so elusive? It reminds us that the universe is full of mysteries, and perhaps some questions are meant to linger unanswered, inviting us to marvel at the unknown. As you drift into sleep, consider this. What does it mean to live in a universe where the very fabric of reality is shaped by forces we cannot see or comprehend? Next topic, the paradox of the cosmic inflation. The universe expanded faster than light after the Big Bang. As we ponder the unseen force that stretches the fabric of our universe, let us drift gently into the moments just after its birth, where an even greater mystery unfolds, a rapid expansion, swift and silent, carrying the seeds of all that exists. Imagine for a moment the very beginning of everything, a tiny, infinitely dense point, smaller than the smallest thing you can picture. And then, in an instant, it expanded. Not just a little, but faster than the speed of light. This is the paradox of cosmic inflation, a concept that challenges our understanding of time, space, and the very fabric of reality. In the early 1980s, physicist Alan Guth proposed this idea to explain why the universe looks the way it does today. According to his theory, just after the Big Bang, the universe underwent an exponential expansion, stretching far beyond what light could have traveled in that time. This might sound impossible after all. Nothing is supposed to move faster than light. But here's the twist. It wasn't matter or energy that was moving. It was space itself, stretching and growing, carrying everything within it along for the ride. This idea raises profound questions about the nature of existence. If space can expand faster than light, what does that mean for the limits of our understanding? How can something so vast and intricate emerge from such a tiny, singular point? It's as if the universe itself is whispering to us, reminding us that the rules we think we know might only be the beginning. As you drift into sleep, let your mind wander through this cosmic mystery. Picture the universe stretching, growing, and unfolding in ways that defy logic. And as you do, consider this. If the universe can expand faster than light, what other impossibilities might be waiting to be discovered? Next topic, the paradox of the horizon problem. Distant regions of the universe are strangely similar as the universe stretched itself beyond the speed of light. It wove a tapestry so vast that even its farthest edges seem to whisper the same secrets, leaving us to wonder how such distant corners could feel so intimately connected. Imagine the universe as a vast, endless expanse, stretching far beyond what our eyes can see or our minds can fully grasp. Now, consider this. No matter where you look, distant regions of the universe appear strangely similar. They share the same temperature, the same density, the same fundamental properties. This is the paradox of the horizon problem, a puzzle that has intrigued cosmologists and philosophers alike. How can regions so far apart, regions that have never been in contact, be so eerily alike? The paradox arises from the idea that light, the fastest thing in the universe, has not had enough time since the Big Bang to travel between these distant regions. If they've never exchanged information or energy, how did they come to be so similar? Some theories suggest that the universe expanded faster than the speed of light in its earliest moments, a concept known as cosmic inflation. This rapid expansion could have smoothed out differences, creating the uniformity we observe today. But even this explanation leaves room for wonder and mystery. The horizon problem invites us to reflect on the vastness of the cosmos and the limits of our understanding. It reminds us that the universe is full of questions that may never have clear answers. As you drift into sleep, let your mind wander through the infinite expanse of space, where distant stars and galaxies whisper secrets we are only beginning to unravel. What does it mean for the universe to be so uniform, so connected, even when its parts seem impossibly far apart? And now, as we prepare to explore another cosmic mystery, consider this: the universe's geometry is perfectly flat. What does that tell us about the nature of existence? Next topic: the paradox of the flatness problem. As we ponder the mysterious harmony of distant regions in the universe, let us gently shift our gaze to its delicate geometry, where the cosmos unfolds in perfect flatness, as if balanced on the edge of a whisper. Imagine the universe as a vast, endless sheet of paper, perfectly flat, stretching out in all directions. This is the essence of the flatness problem, a paradox that has puzzled cosmologists and philosophers alike. The universe's geometry, as far as we can measure, appears to be perfectly flat, meaning that parallel lines never meet, and the angles of a triangle add up to exactly 180 degrees. This flatness is not just a curious observation, it's a profound mystery. Why is the universe so precisely balanced between being open and closed, between expanding forever and collapsing back on itself? The flatness problem emerged in the mid-20th century as scientists began to refine their understanding of the universe's structure. They discovered that the density of the universe is incredibly fine-tuned, so much so that even the slightest deviation from this balance would have led to a vastly different cosmos. If the universe had been slightly denser, it would have collapsed into a singularity long ago. If it had been slightly less dense, it would have expanded so rapidly that stars and galaxies could never have formed. Yet here we are, in a universe that seems to have hit the cosmic jackpot. This paradox invites us to ponder the delicate balance of existence. Is this flatness a coincidence? Or is it the result of some deeper, yet to be understood principle? Some theorists suggest that inflation, a rapid expansion of the universe in its earliest moments, might explain this fine-tuning. Others wonder if it points to a multiverse, where countless universes exist, each with its own geometry, and we just happen to live in the one that's flat. As you drift into sleep, consider this. What does the flatness of the universe tell us about the nature of reality? Is it a sign of design, chance, or something beyond our current understanding? Let this thought carry you gently into the next paradox. Next topic, the paradox of the monopole problem. Magnetic monopoles are missing from the universe. As we rest in the quiet mystery of the universe's perfect flatness, let us drift gently into another cosmic question. Why, in all this vast expanse, do we find no trace of magnetic monopoles, those elusive particles that seem to have vanished into the fabric of existence? Imagine a universe where every magnet has two poles, a north and a south. No matter how many times you cut a magnet in half, you'll always end up with two smaller magnets, each with its own pair of poles. This is the world we live in, a world where magnetic monopoles, single, isolated poles, seem to be missing. This is the paradox of the monopole problem, a quiet mystery that has puzzled scientists and philosophers alike. The idea of magnetic monopoles was first proposed by physicist Paul Dirac in 1931. Dirac suggested that if monopoles existed, they could explain why electric charge comes in discrete units. His equations hinted at their possibility, but despite decades of searching, no one has ever found one. The universe, it seems, is filled with magnets that stubbornly refuse to split into single poles. Why does this matter? Well, monopoles are not just a curiosity. They are predicted by many grand unified theories, which attempt to describe the fundamental forces of nature as a single, unified force. If monopoles exist, they could help us understand the early universe when all forces were one. Yet, their absence raises questions. Are they hiding somewhere, waiting to be discovered, or do they simply not exist, forcing us to rethink our understanding of the cosmos? As you drift into sleep, consider this. Perhaps the universe is not meant to be fully understood. Maybe some mysteries, like the missing monopoles, are meant to remain just out of reach, gently reminding us of the vastness and wonder of existence. Next topic, the paradox of the baryon asymmetry. Why is there more matter than antimatter? As we ponder the mysteries of what is absent, like the elusive magnetic monopoles, we are drawn to another quiet question. Why does the universe hold more matter than its shadow, antimatter? This delicate imbalance invites us to rest in the gentle curiosity of existence. In the quiet expanse of the universe, there exists a mystery that has puzzled scientists and philosophers alike, the paradox of the baryon asymmetry. This is the question of why there is more matter than antimatter in the cosmos. According to our understanding of physics, matter and antimatter should have been created in equal amounts during the Big Bang. Yet when they meet, they annihilate each other, leaving behind only energy. So, why does matter dominate the universe we see today? This imbalance is one of the great unsolved puzzles of modern science. The story begins in the early 20th century, when physicists like Paul Dirac first theorized the existence of antimatter. Later, experiments confirmed that antimatter is real, but it is incredibly rare. For every particle of antimatter, there are billions of particles of matter. This asymmetry is baffling because the laws of physics, as we know them, suggest that the universe should be balanced between the two, somewhere, somehow. A tiny preference for matter over antimatter must have emerged in the early moments of the cosmos. Philosophers and scientists have proposed many ideas to explain this paradox. Some suggest that unknown physical processes, not yet discovered, favored the creation of matter. Others speculate that there may be entire regions of the universe dominated by antimatter, hidden from our view. But for now, the answer remains elusive, a quiet reminder of how much we still have to learn about the universe. As you drift into sleep, consider this. What if the imbalance of matter and antimatter is not a flaw, but a necessary condition for the existence of everything we know? What does it mean for the universe to have a preference, however slight, for one over the other? Next topic. The paradox of the Fermi bubbles. Giant structures near the Milky Way's center defy explanation. As we ponder the mysteries of matter and its delicate balance in the universe, let us drift toward another cosmic enigma, where vast structures rise silently from the heart of our galaxy, their origins as elusive as the stars themselves. Imagine for a moment the vastness of our galaxy, the Milky Way. Near its center, there are two enormous structures known as the Fermi bubbles. These colossal formations, each stretching tens of thousands of light years, rise above and below the galactic plane like silent, glowing sentinels. Discovered in 2010 by the Fermi Gamma Ray Space Telescope, they emit high-energy gamma rays, yet their origin remains a mystery. How did they form? What cosmic event could have created such immense and enduring structures? These questions linger unanswered in the quiet expanse of space. The Fermi bubbles challenge our understanding of the universe. They remind us that even in our own galaxy, there are phenomena that defy explanation. Some scientists speculate that they were created by a massive burst of energy from the supermassive black hole at the Milky Way center. Others suggest they might be the remnants of a star-forming explosion, or the result of dark matter interactions. Yet, despite these theories, the truth remains elusive, a gentle reminder of how much we have yet to learn. Philosophically, the Fermi bubbles invite us to reflect on the nature of mystery itself. They are a cosmic metaphor for the unknown, a reminder that even in the age of advanced technology and scientific discovery, the universe still holds secrets just beyond our grasp. They encourage us to embrace curiosity and wonder, to find peace in the questions rather than rushing for answers.